Alright, I'm starting very soon. Give me a second. Yo. Yo, hello everyone, hello. God, it's so cold in there, my hand is like super cold, I don't understand. It's like... There's a localized cold in my right hand that is not leaving me. I might be dead. Soon. Or maybe just pain. Hello. Okay, Dawntrail dungeons. There's another optional dungeons I need to do now. I did the desert one, and there's another one that is the Strayborrow Deadwalk, which I think is nostalgia from the quest is from nostalgia. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's do that. Social 9, let's go to Fantasy Star Online. Hello Senzo, how's it going? Hello. Renville. Shadow acquaintances, but suspect only those with Kufat regulators have any recollection of only Queen's Fiend. Okay. What's he doing here? It was pretty good, it was kinda getting long in the tooth by Shallow Annie. Even though I like hanging around with Redville, I was like, whoa. But then the dome fell into Yasulani, and then Solution 9, all that stuff happened, it was very cool. I enjoyed it. It was a good time. Good, I'm watching Tekken. I'm sorry for your loss, bro. Please for like a pleasant trip, we are precious in the time to spare. A cursed anomaly has wormed its way into living memory, and we fear it could pose a terrible threat if left alone. Please, you must help us. Wonderful Oblivion is the key to country among its allies. Let's recover and navigate over Remembrance, then I can explain more there. Oh, but fair warning, you may not be able to recognize me at first glance. Oh. Okay, so I have to be at living memory, right? I especially like living memory a lot. I think the way of unmaking it as part of a story is like very, very fascinating. Aha, there you are then, huh? But these games you should... you say it only takes a few hours to beat, right? Hee, it's me nostalgia surprised. With Zoral Dragon, Oblivion's been allocating its resource to an investigation of living memory. Using Kafkiwa's technology, we developed remote control sentries operable from a back room, so our surveys are both safe and efficient. To think that all this once lay at Everkeep Summit. I can't help but wonder if a shade of my father resided in this grand city of Endless. Forgive me, I did say I'd explain the circumstances behind all this. I mean, I can understand some of the issues, but like all the crying and shitting their pants over Wuklamat seems like very forced. I didn't think she was bad or anything. She was a character that was growing up, and we were as a mentor helping her, you know? And she became a strong leader, you know? She becomes a strong leader. Came to be one of the city's caretakers and offered me a guided tour. I accepted thinking I could conduct my observations at the same time. The way people talked about Wuklamat, you would think she doesn't do anything, and like she's like incompetent, and like we have to help her and do everything ourselves. But then she's like, oh, I'm going to fucking kill Zoralja, and then she fucking kills for Zoralja, you know? And like, she's done more than Naruto in like 15 years of manga, bro. But that's when we discovered the anomaly, a rift in the very fabric of living memory. It was Naruto, he's like, oh, we can settle our differences together. I was like, well, this guy's literally fucking Stalin, more. Like, I'm sure Traverse it yourself to believe it, but let's make for the experience who is first. Constancy, the endless who guided me, that is, should still be on duty there. But Twitter is like totally unusable now. Totally unusable. Every fandom is on a victim persecution complex of the highest order. They think the world is against them. They shit themselves over everything and anything. They call everyone they dislike a LARPer or a tourist. If you have any other opinion than the accepted one, they go apeshit. They think everything that is not for them is an insult, a personal insult to them, you know. People are still crying about DMC Devil May Cry, bro. They're like, oh no, this game made fun of us. But have you considered that DMC fans are the most petulant man children who deserve to be pelted with rocks every day? Maybe DMC Devil May Cry was right. Maybe you guys are fucking bitches, and you should be insulted every day. You know? Anyway, that's my point. Constancy here knows everything there is to know about Yesterland, including the new anomaly at Wager. L'Arboom, exactly. I played DMC in like 2002, bro. Lee Main talking. Boy, okay, I'm going to switch mains, bro. I'm going to boot Tekken just to switch characters, and then I'll never touch Tekken again. Warm Yesterland, welcome to you, my friend. Or should I say welcome back? I had not expected you to return as our anomaly slaying volunteer. I do hope I was able to make your first visit to a Gate of Remembrance a special one. Your associate here informed me of what occurred afterwards, namely Her Majesty's regrettable demise. You need fret, I harbor no ill will against you. I, for one, will not wish to remain endless at the cost of such terrible sacrifice toward Beyonds. Though your efforts over the city's terminals deactivated, as somehow I remain. Still, I am grateful for my survival, as it allowed me to discover this peculiar phenomenon. Raven Maid. I lost this trick, to living memory lies beyond this rift, you see. The Wesley Snipes incident. I previously informed you that our beautiful city was comprised of 4 areas, but this was not always the case. Numerous others once thrived, until one day our reality was irrevocably altered in an attempt to bridge our world to others, and several districts were consumed in the process. Among the areas lost was a resplendent amusement district known as Dreamborough. Dreamborough? Oh shit. That's a nice name, I should use that. This rift, however, allows us to access through a street once more. We took a cursory gander of the place for ourselves since we were curious to know what became of it. To me, the whole issue of Wuklamat lies in more how her exposure was handled. Hello, welcome. But there's nothing amusing about it, quite the opposite actually. We were promptly chased out by a horde of angry ghosts. Oh shit. After decades disconnected from living's memory and air supply, we must assume that the endless who reside there are no more. who once idyllic atmosphere has been marred by dismal shroud. In a adversary poor Dreamborough has worked itself into a place of nightmares. Okay, so there were more zones in Living Memory. But at least to me, I think she was fine. I think I liked her evolution, and like when she became Dawn Servant, I think she made a lot of good decisions, right? Like having Koana as her second vow of reason thing was like the best approach that could have happened. Fighting Zoralja directly, you know. I like actually being dead set on killing him and not like going, oh, we can work together, you know. It's like she didn't do that, so to me that's a plus. We extended our hand to worse people than Zoralja. Now that it's recollected with living memory, its presence is a risk to the city, so we'd like to brave the dead walk and shed some light on this mystery. You have my thanks, Ariel. I cannot give you a tour of the place myself, but know that I shall be with you in spirit. Like to me, like Alfino and Alarm Reborn was like far more annoying than Wuklamat, for example, right? Like, I wasn't like calling for his removal from FF14, you know. I understood that there was a growth period for Alfino. The ghost in the dead walk gave Constancy and I quite a fright, but there was something almost comical about them. Perhaps they're warped versions of Dreamborough's attractions, or could they be? But I know not why the Dreamborough has returned us as the Straightborough dead walk. A gaggle of ghostly fiends and other horrors likely await within. Have care in there and me on investigation with the truth of the dead walk's transformation. Can I go as Viper? But I think the queue is going to be insane. There's a 5 minutes. Okay, well, what can I do in the meantime? I can do some tribes. Yeah, and unlike Alfino didn't get punked, and Wuklama didn't get punked by like thinking that he had a mercenary army at his beak and core, you know. Alfino also knew nothing about Eorzea and its culture. Well, not know nothing, but like he didn't understand like the peculiarities and like what makes Eorzea so different that you couldn't learn in books, you know. Wuklamat was sheltered, but like she understood some of the realities much faster than Alfino did. Nice. Wow. We're trying to the shard. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Hello, Ina, how's it going? Oh, FF9 music! That's the Jester's music! But for eternity, answer your heart's every desire and dream your days of life away. Hilo, how's it going? Damn, it's a cool looking place. Yeah, I need to do the optional dungeons. But I couldn't because it was too late at night. So there was nobody to play. So in the meantime I did 7.1, there was no trial in 7.1. I forgot that the 7.1 trial is the extreme of FFXIV. Damn, we went crazy with dungeon visual design. What the fuck? Okay. Holy nightmare. Was I supposed to remember where they stopped? No. Son. Okay. But I'm still alive. Okay. Okay. What the fuck? What? Congratulations, it was harder when it was killed, but I just am sick as fuck, bro. You're just jealous. Yeah, this looks amazing. I think the difference is more that I have like I live under a Square Enix server. Gravity fucking hates me, bro. Oh, okay. With this. Jack in the pot. Fuck it up here. Oh yeah, I knew. Okay, I'm low-key pick track of these. Okay? Huh? Son, what the fuck? They try to kill me. What's that supposed to mean? Yeah, that was cool. Damn. Look at this place. Library for the Ancient? Yeah, it's okay. Nothing happens in that Treasury going. We didn't have internet when we made that thread. Dude, this is like the dungeon in Heaven's Sword. Calcabrina, I think she was called. Are you commuting in Stones Road, Carl? Troumeray. I understand this one. Okay, this is like a singer. Son, what? Flash Buster. What? Oh. Man, blow me. Do I have to stand on that? Oh. Okay. Can you help me, son? I see, okay. Oh, I get it. But it was like there was a fake invincible wall that like lets you pass through. I don't even know what I got. Cool dungeon though. Bon. Oh, they give me commendations, that's cool. I like the dungeon design that they have. The 7.1 dungeon final boss was also very cool. And yeah, Couch, the boss themes that they made are like insane. Music-wise, this game is amazing. This expansion, I mean. Steaming mood, yeah? Cause I live in a fucking shithole! You're back. Was the dead walk as haunting as you expected? Let me get this straight. You met a distant mascot, attended a twisted tea party, were assaulted by a sky wheel on a merry-go-round, then fought for your life in a haunted house. The Endless House, to be precise. And with that, my suspicions are confirmed. In the days when Dreamborrow yet flourished, the Endless House often held place with volunteers from the Indians. These volunteers would be cast as the story's heroes tasked with rescuing a captive princess for Tromeray, Lord of Nightmares. That sounds awfully similar to Dynam's experience. Precisely, first I believe that the Deadwalk's monstrous residents were given life by the lingering memories of Endless who once called it home. As its name once implied, the district was built for those Endless who love to dream. The theme park itself likely gained a mind of its own. Over the years, perhaps it too harbored the hope that a hero would grant his former citizens final desperate wish for freedom and for home. So as I understand it, when Quizfin and Zoralja first attempted inter-emotional fusion, a few areas with a living memory suddenly vanished into the rift, including Dreamborrow. And as the endless souls within began to fade, their memories and desires fused with the very essence of their home to turn the Deadwalk into what it is now. Considering the timing, we have to assume the district's reconnection is due to Her Majesty's last attempt at interdimensional fusion. But with Tromeray gone, those lost souls should finally be able to rest in peace. I am not entirely certain, but the rift did close upon Denham's return. I can only hope your hypothesis is truth, and their role in that hollow performance has concluded. That's why I suspect. Log has served as a guide, eager to bring joy to every visitor who passed through Living Memories' golden gates. But as seen now remain, it was meant to perform this final act of guidance, to lead you both to those lost dreamers. I do not wish to dampen the mood, of course, so I shall take my leave, but I could not be prouder to serve my fellow citizens, and I could not be happier that you are my final guests. Farewell, my friends, and thank you, truly. So what do we do next? I guess I should wait for the reds until I'm done with like 7.5. I pity him, but I think it's best to let him go. We should return to Solution 9. Your good deeds still need to go rewarded after all. I'll meet you back there as my real self this time. Handle Senzo, the handler. A job well done, Denham. With the Deadwalk anomaly taken care of, Oblivion can return to its regular service of living memory. We'll have to decide carefully how best to handle the former haven of Endless, but I do know one thing for sure. It's our duty to uncover the mysteries at the heart of living memory, what it was made for and what horrors kept it running, so that we never repeat those mistakes. I like to think that's what the lost souls there would have wanted as well. That's what drive me forward. Thank you again for your help and safe travels out there. What should we do? Now we did all the dungeons so far. Hello, Greg. Ah, the good old days of Atma farming.
Such rich, exquisite evening. My head shakes with anticipation. Oh no, God.
No, sorry, I was muted. I'm so dumb. I was muted. Sorry. Varikas, thank you. I don't know why I was muted.
Strong and free.
I'm so sorry, Varikas. Thank you for the red. Oh, bonne mère. Thank you, Varikas. I don't remember this fight at all, and they frosted me into this one, so...
Try this.
I'm dumb. Yeah, basically this is a trial fight. Basically a raid, but like one fight. I guess. I swear it auto-activates on its own, the mute button. I swear. I don't know why. Varikas, you came at the best trade because It's a big woman. This time. Instead of a big dragon. Okay, now you want me to be muted, I see.
You feel it too, do you not?
It's Barbaricha.
You've done well to last this long.
She only likes girls,
Battle
though.
has only just begun.
Not that there is a problem with that. Oh shit. She's going beast mode. Whoa! Oh my god, man. Oh my god, man. Okay, that was pretty sick. Oh my god. Over.
Don't underestimate me.
God, that fight is cool.
Feel my
I forgot about this one. I haven't seen this fight in years.
Know your place.
That's Nidana? Oh god, that's insane. She went from sweet old lady to like angry woman with an attitude.
Be gone from my sight. The insolence. You're dead if you can. I'll make it quick.
Oh my god. Well, Azema makes more sense. Okay. Man, Endwalker really hated healers. But that's a good thing. Yeah, Kinert, hello, how's it going? The extreme of this, I remember doing it. It was super fun. Nice. Oh, it's so cool that I was able to do this fight again. Endwalker had some great fights. I only did 3 trials, right, of Dawntrail so far. But I didn't do any extreme. I haven't done the red, so I'm excited to see how fun it will be. I don't know what to do with this anymore. What should we do? Continue the story, I guess. Start patch 7.2. But I don't have... Yeah, it's okay. I'll just buy some gear. Crafted gear, I guess. What's my E level? Do I even have anything? Oops. 693. What about Sage? Just 690. Okay. We'll see when we get there then. Buy jeans. For Hilo? Hey Kittenbell, how's it going? Neo regulators, we read those. Yeah, I think because they were just added dispatch. I'm sure there are other genes, but if you want these ones, I can give you the guild. Okay, a glimmer of the past. Is that 7.2? First quest of a patch is not voiced. Ah, Denham, your timing could not have been better. If you have a moment, we have some things we'd like to share. Excellent, we just wait for Lamati, which she should arrive shortly. Then I'm glad to see you over here too. And speak of a devil, let's catch each other up, shall we? Right, I'll go first if nobody minds. A bit back, you chile Yolol and spoke with Koana. I told him all about the records left behind by Guloja's mother as well as Finn's reappearance. We decided that I should remain in the dome until things settle down more. But while I'm Guloja's guardian, I'm also a foreign ruler. I'll have to take care not to appear as though I'm meddling in Exandrian politics. That's all for me. Nodders. As for the rest of us, we've been keeping track of this news Finn. She has been making regular appearances before the people. And each time she does, she encourages them to become endless. Alas, much else about her remains a mystery, including why she's chosen to reveal herself now. On our end, we've confirmed that only those who are regulators have had their knowledge of Queen Finn's death altered. Someone must have tampered with the devices to remove any known memories of the event, though we haven't yet identified the perpetrator. Given recent events, Finn is the chief suspect. Many believe that the Queen of Reason is alive and well, and remember her funeral as a memorial for those lost in the attack. Needless to say, this has proven confusing for those with more accurate recollections. We'll carry on with our investigation. I'll head to Heaven Sky now and coordinate for people there. There's one other matter, the highlight of this gathering, you might say. We'd like you to meet a certain someone. By all means, where's this person now? In the break room, she's unwell, and Ishtola and Elisa have been tending to her. They'll be able to explain things. I want to see how she's doing, so I'll come too. The break room is at the end of the hallway. Through that door. We can go whenever you're ready. Alfino and Erenville have taken it upon themselves to attend to the people of Alexandria. Full many are still struggling to deal with recent events, and they hope to make a difference by lending them a sympathetic ear. Much as I'd love to join you in the break room, I'd rather not overwhelm our guests with too many new faces. Better to keep investigating the activities of our newsfeed. Ok, c'est un peu ça fait. Who is this new person? What?
What is she doing here? We just heard she was busy spreading talk of becoming endless among the Alexandrians. What's going on here?
There's two of them?
She is not who you think she is. Not the Queen of Reason, who has made a miraculous return, but an individual of flesh and blood.
A lot happened,
possessed of
Hilo.
a soul. We chanced upon her in living memory, but she collapsed before we could exchange words. We decided to bring her here for now.
Her body was suffused with lightning ether, which caused a debilitating paralysis. Ishtola reached out and informed me of her condition, and I came with a proxy as fast as I could. We're now waiting to see if the treatment was effective.
Judging by her appearance, the circumstances of our encounter, and her extreme ethereal aspect, I am all but certain that she is the one from whom the Endless Sphene was created. The original Queen Sphene of Alexandria.
Huh.
What? But how can that be possible? The real Sphene died of illness 4 centuries ago.
I died. Whatever do you mean?
Yeah, you're dead on my screen.
I am not dead. I'm not. What is this place? Where is everyone? Otis and Zelenia? And who are you people?
Yeah, you took a 400 years nap.
Calm down. We mean you no harm. You've been unwell, and it wouldn't do to strain yourself.
Good night, Hilo. Have a great rest.
Please, help me. I don't understand any of this.
Of course. But if I might confirm some things first. You are Queen Sphene of Alexandria, are you not?
Yes. Yes, I am.
And ere you awoke here, you were in another unfamiliar place. Is that correct?
I opened my eyes and saw a strange dark room. Outside, there were towering buildings, clad in electrope.
You slumbered at the heart of that city for many years, within a facility called the Meso Terminal. Many things have come to pass during that time, some of which you may find upsetting. Are you sure you wish to learn of them?
Everyone fucking died. Shit's fucked.
In that dark room, there was an electric casket designed to preserve its occupant in cold stasis. Until the terminal and its systems were recently shut down, that was where you were kept in all likelihood. Since the time of the Old Kingdom, for 4 centuries.
What? Do you speak true? I've been asleep for that long. 400 years.
Yeah, that's heavy.
Our records say that Queen Sphene succumbed to the rampant lightning energies unleashed during the storm surge. But it seems the truth is rather different.
Where is the story going, bro? What would Otis do if he were here? What can I do? The original Queen Sphene. We'll tell her what she wants to know, then we'll decide what we need to do. We turned up her chamber when we searched the Meso Terminal. Safe to say none of us had anticipated this development. The treatment may have been effective, but the road ahead for her remains uncertain. To wake up alone in the distant future and seemingly by no choice of your own, you can hardly blame her for acting as she did. I do not believe that you are lying, so please tell me everything that has happened. Everything. Very well. But let's do so with care, lest we cause you undue strain. Now, while I should like more of us to assist, it isn't practical to gather everyone, so I will summon Gratia and Kral for now. Now she's up to speed.
I know this has all been a lot to take in, but how are you feeling? Physically, I mean.
Much better now, thanks to Y'shtola and Alisay's ministrations. In fact, I can scarcely remember the last time I felt so hale.
More than 400 years ago.
I know not how to repay them, not only for coming to my aid, but for telling me about my kingdom besides.
I don't think they're ones to keep score. Isn't that right?
They're comrades you can rely on. Y'shtola is the motherly sort. Alright, chill.
He's known those two for a long time. You can trust in his judgment. Besides, you helped to prove that their treatment works here as well. With this success, they'll be able to help others in Alexandria who suffer from the same illness. Few things could make them happier.
I see. Full glad am I to know that we may cure the affliction after so long. So very long. I steeled myself, having been warned, but it's difficult to come to terms with everything.
Sphene?
My liege.
Maybe going out and seeing it would help. Alexandria as it is now.
Bro, Alexandria is like fucking Fantasy Star Online, bro.
Oh, great idea. There's no substitute for seeing
She's
things
going
with
to
your
go
own
crazy.
eyes. That said, there is a chance that you'll run into the other Sphene. Still want to take a look, even so?
It would be a lie to say I do not feel anxious, but I wish to walk among the people, to hear their voices and learn about their realm.
Will be your escort.
Truly, I would be honored.
Then allow us to show you the sights.
Thank you, Wuklamot.
Seekers of Eternity. Sphene asked me not to call her by her title. I understand why, but it feels strange. Come on, we'll give Sphene the grand tour. Thank you as well, Dana, for your kindness. The endless Sphene, you knew her, did you not? May take time for both of us to come to terms with this situation, myself especially. But I recognize that I must. I may still be here, but the world I knew is gone. The Coward movie is now in the Criterion Collection. There's a movie? Before heading out, I should put on more suitable attire. There's a modern outfit among the items Shell has prepared for me, I believe. If you will wait outside, I should only need a moment. Alright, take your time. Yo, vending machine. Cannot attack the vending machine. Don't tell her about the casting couch we still need to fumigate it. What's in your casting? Does it have bed bugs or what? Even if she can walk, she's still far from fully recovered. We'll have to take care not to push her too hard. I haven't gone outside in a while. Shell decrypted more of my mother's records, so I've been spending a lot of time reading them. Ishtola and Alice left for the government sector. I wanted to discuss how to go about treating those afflicted with lightning. Admirable, I don't know how they keep going without so much as a short break. Which couch? This one? Only no couch potato. ERP couch. What the hell? Damn couch. Shit.
Apologies for
He
keeping
fell
you
off.
waiting. I've never worn such clothing before.
Whoa.
Oh, that really suits you.
She's now trendy. It looks less like you're a different person.
I had much the same impression. I had only ever worn skirts, you see. But it seems appropriate for a new beginning.
moment before you head out. Circumstances being what they are, we thought it best to come up with a way to distinguish you from the other Sphenes, and we should probably settle on this now rather than later.
I suppose it could get pretty confusing.
First, we propose calling you simply Sphene. As for the former Queen of Reason, Endless Sphene should suffice.
What about the new one who's been addressing the citizens?
Garnet was like in a skin tight orange
Despite
suit.
being the spitting image of Endless Sphene, we know she's a different entity. So we were thinking
It
of
would
calling
fit
her
right in
similar,
FF14.
after imitation stones.
I see. Well, they're definitely not the same. And that's as good a way as any to draw a distinction.
Oh, I see. I think that guy went
What do you
freelance now.
think, Sphene? Is that all right with you?
Rest assured, I have no objections. When I am in the city, however, I intend to keep both my face and name secret. For the people of today's Alexandria know only the Endless Sphene.
We're sorry to subject you to such ignominy.
Ignominy.
No, I myself would rather not invite complications, so it is quite all right. Thank you for your concern, Shale. Let us be off then. I am in your capable hands.
That you are. First, we'll head to the entrance of Solution 9.
Good idea. We should start from scanning Port 9. I'll do my best to explain things.
My liege, Anil. I will follow my king. Do I also need a trendy outfit? What the fuck is this? You know what? Let's pretend this never happened. What the? Kinort! Hell yeah. Oh, thank you. Wait, do I have something? Yeah, I don't have anything, I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe you want this? Look how cool and trendy Kinort looks. What the? What is this? That's awesome. Thank you! Thank you, Kinort. Nice seeing you. Hell yeah. What the? Ah, I don't have this one. That's the Omega one, right? That's pretty sick. Thank you, Kinort. Wait, what do I exit? Very kind. It's worth all the money it costs to become cool. So you've been to Chile alone, were you able to meet your friend? I was. Things were a bit awkward at first, she's still so young after all, but before long we were talking up a storm. We had so much fun, just like old times. So So this is Alexandria. Despite being inside a tower, it feels as though I'm out in the open. And though the sights are nothing like I remember, Electrop is still everywhere I look. This is a strange yet familiar place. The lady wants to talk with Flamati, so while they're busy, I'll tell you all about what we can see from here. Is there any place that interests you? There are so very many, I can't decide where to begin. Then why don't we let Denham choose? Oh. Damn, this looks so good. They cooked so hard on this place. The lady talking to Lamati just came back for Tully lol. It was her first time since being trapped in the barrier 40 years ago. She has family in Alexandria now, so she had to return. But the train made it safe and easy for her to make the journey, and it's all thanks to everyone's hard work. There was once a railroad connecting Alexandria and neighboring Lindblom. Not in FF9? Maybe one day we'll restore the FF9 version of the FF14 version of FF9, but operations were rendered suspended when relations deteriorated. Eventually the tracks were removed entirely. To see that the railroad now connects us to our new neighbors is gratifying. No, there was a railroad in FF9. It was in Treno, right? Treno, Alexandria, it was also connecting to Lindblom, I think. That's where you meet Ramu. Especially considering that our history began with war, if Alexandria the aggressor is continuing to strive for peace, Tuliolo's leaders have shown great magnanimity. And I can't help but be moved. There are a lot of different shops at the Nexus Arcade, selling everything you need. It's always full of people out doing their shopping. The endless field gave Denham and Lamati a tour of a place. I remember watching them from a distance. The castle town I knew had a main thoroughfare that was lined with shops. Whenever I visited, the citizen would come and speak with me about matters great and small. Just like that lady is doing now with Fuklamat. If you attune to Lennon 9, you can teleport back here anytime you want. Tetra Master Tournament, yeah. With Sid the Oglob. And he only had the Oglob cards. Oh my god. You can also use it to teleport to other locations in Solution 9. It makes it easy to get around. That's the mode of travel that usually has Ether currents, yes? We had the same in my time, but when the storm surge broke out, such nodes were sealed off to prevent enemy use. Then after the war, the etheric balance across the entire world had collapsed. Not only was travel outside the barrier ill-advised, the act of teleportation itself had become dangerous. We had to unburden the nodes altogether. It's heartening to see them available again for use in off-one and all. In the government sector, there's a counter where citizens can get matched to jobs. Pôle emploi. There's also a soul exchange, but no one goes there much these days since there aren't many souls in circulation. I'm unsure how I feel about regulators and the treatment of souls as a resource. I understand the grief of those who have lost loved ones, and the desire to escape the sorrow of death. Even so, I would never wish to forget. My parents, Otis, Zelenia. I want to remember them all. I am reluctant to impose my personal beliefs upon others, though. Oh god, a big woman is walking toward us. Thank you for help, Denham. I hope Queen's Finn, Army Just Finn, will feel at home here one day. The joy of spying stars between faint gaps in the clouds is absent here, but it is a fine thing to be sheltered from the thunder and rain. Sorry about that, I got a little carried away with the conversation. It's alright, Denham and I told her about the places we can see from here. Really? That's great. Right then, why don't we stroll through the residential sector and then stop at Mosaic? We can take a break there. This makes me want to replay FF9. but it's a long-ass game. Play Bravely Default. They did remaster it after all, but maybe they release it on PS5. Oh, 2! Bravely Default 2! Oh. I like this place. The popular cafe is found in the socialized commerce sector. The races of Alexandria are named after stones, and calling the shop mosaic was an acknowledgement of a colorful work of art that is created when the people gather together. I feel like I would like to revisit the first Bravely first. What should I get? Get some ice cream. We've been walking for a while, so let's rest our feet. Drinks around me. Svi, Dana, the two of you go ahead and order first.
So many different drinks. I can't decide. Ooh. I'll have this, please. A Dali coffee.
Of course. I should warn you though. Dali beans are an older variety known for their strong bitterness. Still want one?
She can take it. She's 400 years old.
The bitterness is the best part. Have you decided as well?
I'll take lemonade. Sweet cocoa with extra cream on top. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I understand completely. The allure of something sweet can often be too strong to resist.
I'll have your drinks ready in a moment.
They did put Dagger's outfit in the cash shop. No Gulojin unfortunately dog water game. My king!
They're certainly well liked. It's a wonderful feeling, spending time with the people. But they're not my people anymore, are they? Their city, their way of life, even the ground upon which they tread. I am a stranger to it all. The weight of the long years is finally beginning to sink in.
You're free.
Your Majesty, is that you?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I am not Queen Sphene, though I'm often told we look alike.
There you are. How many times have I told you not to go off alone? I'm sorry he bothered you, Mom. Come now. We're going home.
Bye! Not Queen Sphene!
I do not know that boy, nor does he know me. No one does. Another harsh reminder that I have no place here. Yet, no matter how much things have changed, I am happy. I am. For Alexandria has endured. Our sacrifice was not in vain. Even so, I cannot help but feel lonely.
Because she doesn't have a role anymore. Forgive me, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, it's fine. Still, I feel better for having shared my feelings with you, thank you. I'm sorry I'm not being much of a guide, I don't usually get approached this often. It's quite alright, the people have been through so much, it's only natural for them to seek comfort and assurance from someone they trust. Besides, I was able to relax with a delicious cup of coffee and have a lovely chat with Denham. Maybe? I appreciate your understanding. Right then, where to next? We could take a look inside the Lexus arcade, but you can probably wait for when we actually need something. In that case, let's head back to Recreation Zone. There's plenty to see on True View. Let's send her to the Arcadian. Fuck it, I'll go on foot. I wonder what role she's going to play, because like they have 2 patches to build a conclusion out of this, so it's going to be interesting. It's going to be 7.2, 7.3, and then usually 7.4 and 5 is going to be like setting up the groundwork for the next expansion. Ever cooled. But usually X.3 trials have been peak. Not even usually, always. Well, except Endwalker. But Endwalker, they didn't do the same structure. Hey, alright. He looks placed. We need to find a place for him to rest. I wanted to talk to Sphene. I was on my way to attend to some business when the memory of being killed here came flooding back. The danger has passed, I know, but the terror lingers. For all the comfort I offered others in my work, I can't seem to comfort myself. Thank you, I feel better already. Your encouragement was exactly what I needed. But where are my manners? My name is Malachite, and I am an usher. An usher? They're the ones who came to those without long to live, right? But given everything that's happened, I expect your duties have changed. That's correct. We no longer attend to the dying. It is only after they have passed away in their family's care that we convey their remains to a government storage facility. A storage facility? What for? Henceforth, we must interre the deceased, but as the specifics are undecided, the bodies must be kept in cold storage for the time being. I didn't know. I'd heard there were graveyards over by the submerged city, but like funerals, burial customs must be long forgotten. Did you have assured duties? If so, we could help. I'm not actually here in an official capacity, so I'm loath to trouble you further, but since you asked, I shall explain why I've come. I've taken to delivering the personal effects of the departed to their families. Even though their memories have been entrusted to the cloud, I still remember where they once lived. The rule was to dispose of any belongings. To do anything worse was strictly forbidden. But it saddened me to see them discarded like waste, so I began secreting away what I could. Of course, I understand that not everyone shares my sentiments, and I leave it to the families to decide what to do with these items. Some accept my deliveries, others reject them. Whether I'm doing the right thing I cannot say, but I feel the families should be given the choice. Oh, they didn't have it before then. It's important to think about what people leave to us. I want to help. That's my king right here. That's my king. That's my liege. Do you want to help too, then? Deliveries happen to be my specialty. I've done many deliveries in my days. I'm truly grateful. Now there are 4 items to be delivered here in the creation zone. I leave them in your care. I even did deliveries in a place called America. 4 bridges. I even set up zip lines. Remember that period of my life? In the meantime, I will head to the residential sector to make deliveries there. After you finish, please meet me back here. I would like to know the family's reaction. You know, there have been people in Tuliolol who had similar episodes due to the trauma of a siege. Would you mind if I went with Malachi just to keep an eye on him? Only if you can handle those deliveries without me, of course. It's fine, I'm sure he'll be happy for the company. Come, let's deliver these keepsakes to the families. So there are 4 items in total to deliver. Right, 3 for people in Truview and 1 for someone over by Venionstein. Let's visit them in that order. Might I trouble you to do the talking, Denham? I fear my voice may betray my identity. Lead the way, we'll be right behind you. Oh, their god, the mementos of our loved one gives us a means to reconnect with them in spirit. I'm sure the people who receive these items will treasure them greatly. I heard before about ushers clearing out the homes of the departed. No wonder he started thinking about their belongings. Discuss Truview. The way the buildings are all in a row reminds me of the old castle town. Lovely as it is here, I can't see why Oblivion can blend in. The people around Truview seem scary at first, but most of them are really kind. When I see someone pass down the street now, I worry they'll be alright. So funny how a female Midlander walk. She's really doing the princess walk. So you can purchase beverages from these machines. That's wonderful. I've always believed that technology should be developed for the benefit of the people. You would go well alongside Koana. Cannot's favorite energy tonic is a special formula, not like the ones they sell here. I wanted to try one, but Shell wouldn't let me. It's extra Red Bull. My energy tonic is too strong for you, traveler. What if I sprint? No, she just walks faster. Is there something you need? Ah, so Malachite sent you. He was very considerate. When he offered to bring me the keepsake, he strayed that I didn't have to accept it if it felt uncomfortable. If I felt uncomfortable. I see why some would say no, but I couldn't do that. Not when it's something that belonged to my parents, who I understand now I'll never see again. Having spared sous won't save us from the inevitable. That's always been the case, but now I find myself wondering about this and that. Like how much longer can I afford to make around with my brothers? But I won't bore you with my ramblings. Thanks for bringing me the keepsake and give my regards to Malachite. Yo, that's a cool lesson. What is it if you're trying to sell me something I'm not interested? Oh, you brought the keepsake, thank you. I've been looking forward to this, hoping that it might help me remember, but not so sure like it seems. The owner is dead, and will never become one of these endless Queen's fiends tell us about. It's a sad thought. Even so, I'm not sure I want to become endless myself, either made by putting your memories into a new body made of ether. Does it that mean you yourself still have to die first? The thought of not having to worry about Sous was appealing, so I was happy to receive an regulator, but I've only had doubts since then. If Queen's Fiend herself recommends it, I want to believe that all will be well, but still, sorry. I need to clear my head. Oh, hello, do I know you? We are brothers and sisters. No, just kidding. So this is the keepsake. Truth be told, I've been wavering as to whether or not I should accept it. I mean, it belonged to someone that died. It's got me thinking about what we did to Tuliolol. I didn't even know we'd killed so many other people until a funeral. What if they decide to retaliate? Lamati, Wook Lamat would never do that. She and everyone at Tuliolol know that my father was to blame for the attack, not the Alexandrian people. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you speak ill of your father. It's just I can't stop worrying about death, and hearing that they're running out of neo-regulators makes it worse. I don't know what to do anymore. That's everyone on TrueView, let's go to Neonstein. This way. Who are you? Oh, that's for Arcadian, the red. The. You know what? Well, I guess I don't know what. I thought I could use a controller, you know? No, I can't. What just happened? Huh? Are you talking to me? Alright, this. I can't say it stirs any memories, but it does feel familiar somehow. You know, you look familiar yourself. Where do I know you from? Ah, I remember now. It was at the infusion station in the government sector. It wasn't my finest moment, as you might recall. Oh, he wanted souls. You're the one who yelled that sphinx to our face. I apologize, didn't I? I was so desperate then I wasn't thinking straight. Anyway, seeing as we're meeting properly now, the name's Leafender. I used to fight in the Arcadian, but not anymore. I took Queen's Fiend's words to heart and found a new job, one where I can put my knowledge of physical conditioning to use. As you know, lots of people were badly hurt when the mechanical soldiers malfunctioned, and I've been assisting with their rehabilitation. It's not something I ever imagined myself doing, but here we are. Not many people can help others like you can. I think it's great what you're doing. My liege, my king. Thanks, it's encouraging to hear that. There's this fellow who has to learn how to walk all over again. Becoming endless would solve his problems, but he's determined to overcome them the hard way, with the body he's got. Saying that gave me a newfound appreciation for my own body. It's a gift from my parents, a sturdy thing that survived the arena, and I need to take better care of it. I'm the only blue-scared Rubigo besides my father. Lamati once told me that. I don't know how my father felt about it, and there are times when it hurts to think about the things we share. Still, I don't want to lose that. Even if I could look the same as an endless, I would never throw away his body. Most people would find it hard to do so, I imagine. Just the thought makes me uncomfortable about the whole becoming endless affair. But I need to get back to work. It was nice talking to you, and thanks for the delivery. Paiti Materia. Queen's Fin, you better learn from our liege. I'm glad I'm the way I am. It's my parents' gift to me, and how I was able to learn more about them, and about myself. Dude, he's like the smartest kid I've ever known. I believe that takes care of the deliveries. Thank you for taking charge, Denham. From what I've seen and heard, this plain the people held their queen in high regard, and the Simulant has exploited their love and admiration to win over so many. Come, let us report to Malachite. He should be back at the north of Recreation Zone. Yes. Malachite seems to be doing better. Those who spoke with all about the anxiety towards death, It is hardly an entire sentiment to have, and yet... Done with your deliveries, we're just getting back ourselves. Bro. Thank you for assistance. With this, every delivery I had planned for today is accounted for. The reactions I received were mixed. While some were glad, others decided they did not want the items after all. How was your experience? Everyone accepted the items, but they all felt differently about them. One person couldn't remember the keepsake's owner, and another couldn't stop worrying about their own death. I see, it's difficult indeed to predict how people may behave when confronted with reminders of loss. Behave. Of late, I've come to believe that we are each of us the sum of the moments we've shared with our loved ones. And when they passed away, when we lost our memories of these people, we lost a part of ourselves. It's a thought that saddens me to no end. If our memories of the departed are no longer to be entrusted to the cloud, I wish that those already taken could be returned to us. Well, my friends, I must return to my formal duties. My thanks again for your aid. I must resume my formal duty. Malachite speaks true. Our memories are what define us. They form the path we walk to be where we are. My endless self, I expect, was much alike to me in the beginning. But I cannot become like her no more than she could become like me. For once our paths diverge, so too did our lives and experiences. That's true. Even if we start from the same place, we all have different journeys. At some point, things like our goals and our ways of thinking are bound to change. The endless Fin was one possibility. A version of myself who made choices I want to believe I never would. I'm beginning to come to terms with the fact I did. Huh? Is that? Ah, shit. With a smirk again. The sibilant? She typed /smirk again. She was looking straight at us. If I didn't know better, I'd say she wanted us to follow her. I have a bad feeling about this, but we might not have another chance to figure out what she's up to. We're going after her, right? I guess. That wasn't my first time seeing the simulant. Though she was smiling, something about her scared me. This is a strange feeling pursuing one speeding image. Where does she want us to go, I wonder? The simulant headed into a street over there. The neon stand is that way, let's hurry. Oh my god. What is she up to? I don't like this. Did you lose her?
Not here. Let's press on, if only a little further.
What the fuck?
Hey, are you alright?
Assassination attempt. Who the fuck is this?
Didn't die. Vexing, but expected.
That was about the strongest bolt we can produce within Everkeep. What now?
We obtain more precise measurements. Narrow the range of variables to avoid unnecessary trial and error. That is the most expeditious course of action.
I know that voice.
You there! Yes, you!
I know Sonar kind of like, yeah, just fucking kill this guy, bro.
We have important business with you. We left something in your keeping. The key to interdimensional fusion. You will kindly return it to us, yes?
Sure. You asked me that after you tried to kill me? Not on your life. On your soul, I'm not giving it to you.
Is that so? What a shame.
He's Finn, like e-girl.
If I had the key, I wouldn't need to be cruel and turn away so many people. Far more than 5,000 could become endless and know eternal happiness.
No, cannot. I wish it was this.
What? You mean to steal ether from other worlds again?
All is for the sake of his experiments.
Whomst?
'Twas for that reason, you know, that the previous me created the Endless.
Another option should have been I lost it.
She was forced to attempt the impossible, to turn every soul who dies into an Endless, even though there's no end to them. Admittedly, that was part of the plan. Her desperation would drive her to claim the key and use it.
Please, right hook.
Sure
Hook la
enough,
mettre, right
she
hook.
did just that. I know you had a soft spot for her, Lamachi. So for what it's worth, I'm truly sorry. Alas, we are naught more than pawns, pieces in his grand design.
Don't you dare make light of her love for her people. Don't you dare!
Strike me down if you wish. I shall be made anew.
Hell yeah.
And I doubt many would look kindly upon the vow of resolve of Tuliolol if she attacked a neighboring queen, and not for the first time. Would you be willing to accept the repercussions?
Damn you!
What do you stand to gain by making everyone endless? Who the fuck are you anyway? Rubik's Cube? Oh, not again, ma.
You're speaking to me.
iPad kid.
Our goal is to usher in the next phase of mankind's evolution. Since time immemorial, life has used death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment. The old and infirm are weeded out, allowing the species to thrive. Generational succession. This has been our survival strategy. Yet, this strategy has long since reached its practical limit. It is outdated. It relies on
So much,
progeny,
man.
which gives rise to unchecked population growth. Resources become scarce, invariably leading to conflict. All the while, death is ever present and robs our species of untold potential. Where man now stands in his evolution,
This is Alexandria,
bodies of flesh no longer
CG.
makes sense. What we must strive for next is carefully managed, eternal preservation.
Calyx! You're Calyx, aren't you?
Hmm?
You know him?
The young genius who had mastered electrode technology.
He's an iPad kid.
He founded the scientific collective known as Preservation and devoted himself to developing a cure for the paralysis which plagued our people. Calyx! You always had your gaze set upon the future, and I know you do now. But I beg you, do not deceive the people of Alexandria. Do not manipulate them with this
I think it might be, yes,
imitation
Narcana.
forged from my memories. Well, how rude. Yet, whatever you may say, I'm the one whom the people regard as queen. You may have worn the crown for a few years, but now you are no one. just a frail, fleshy version of me that could die at any moment. The kingdom has no use for such as you.
Our demand is simple. Surrender the key. Refusal will necessitate consequences.
They need those Viera faces to make pretty boys, you know? They're stealing our jobs. What a cruel thing to say to Sven. Are you alright then? Forgive me, I was once able to use healing spells, but my long slumbers appear to have sapped my magical reserves. It's frustrating to be so powerless, but perhaps I must accept my newfound limitations. Calix. Alexandra has no need for Queen Sven. It's the Queen of Reason, my endless counterpart that they love. And although it is a hard truth to accept, it is nevertheless the truth. I must find a new way to serve. You're not alone, and together we can get through anything. You're not alone? Final Fantasy IX? Oh, again? I would say it just so happens there's something that only you can do right this moment. Let's start with Calix. What can you tell us about him? Look what they need for a fraction of a bunny boy powers, I know. And meanwhile, the only important bunny boy character is Erenville, right? He was a prodigy who specialized in the field of electrop and made his master during the Storm Surge. Could you imagine an antagonist, male Viera pretty boy? Instead, we have this Calix guy who steals our faces, bunny boy faces. Hey Yoshiro! Thank you. I did the 2 optional dungeons, they were pretty cool. I did the Serpent of Ronka in the Source. Yesterday. Well, last stream. He was a prodigy who specialized in the field of electrop and made his mark during the Storm Surge. Yet even as he basked in the admirations of his peer, he struggled with an illness he had from birth, which left him with precious little time to live. For him to still be here 4 centuries on, I think it's safe to assume that he too has become an endless. I see, while we're somewhat familiar with preservation, I never imagined we'd cross paths with one of them like this. You know about preservation? We do, they're supposed to have created their keep score system as well as the endless theme. Did they? All the while I was slumbering. The members of Oblivion have spent a lot of time investigating preservation. We should head to the back room and tell them what's happened. Yeah, I figured I would do the story so like if I have to do the trial or anything, I can find actual people before it's like 4 AM and then there's nobody. But it's the weekend, there should be a little more people, I guess. You heading to the back room, yes? We've heard about the ambush, you seem to have worded it well, but try to avoid straining yourself, do you hear me? EU people be like, oh, 4 AM time to sleep. Yeah, no, right, that's messed up. To think that Christ's parents were once members of preservation. Are you feeling alright? We've given the others a summary where we can wait on the details if you need some rest. The sign might yield some clues. Okay, you say the same thing all the time. I will never speak to you again.
We've heard what happened. So, preservation has revealed itself at last.
Oh yeah, I did 7.1 story also.
They mean to turn even more people into endless.
I mean 7.2.
it seems safe to assume that they too intend to steal ether from the other reflections. But unlike the previous Sphene, they have no intention of saving everyone. Calyx, of all people, would know precisely how much ether is required to sustain an Endless. Thus, he is able to set a realistic limit to their creation without being swayed by emotion.
Carefully managed eternal preservation. Whether or not this can be considered an evolution, 'tis plain that man's very existence would be forever changed.
Say, if this Calyx is as brilliant a scientist as everyone says, could he have been the one who erased everyone's memories of Endless Sphene's death?
That is a possibility, though I cannot speak to his motives. Though Calyx has outright stated his ultimate goal, how his actions will further this agenda remains unclear. That said, we have seen how anxiety towards death continues to spread amongst Alexandrians. Perhaps the simulant stokes this fear to entice them to become endless. Everyone is afraid of death. We try to put it out of our minds, and I do not blame the people for feeling as they do. Nonetheless, I wish to stop the simulant. I wish to do what I can for those who believe in their queen. Although I wear no crown, were I to forsake the people, then I would truly have no place here.
I don't know if this will help in that endeavor, but I've found something interesting. When I analyzed the sign that Calyx appeared on, I was able to determine the source of transmission. I traced it back to a terminal used only by preservation, located in the Foundation sector.
Foundation sector? That came up in my mother's records, didn't it? It's where the old castle was hidden.
Everkeep was built atop the castle of the former kingdom. Access to the immediate area, the Foundation sector, is highly restricted, with map data accordingly classified.
The old castle is inside this tower.
Oh.
It's an ideal place for preservation to conceal a terminal, I must say. Having existed since the storm surge, they would be familiar with the castle's layout.
But I wonder, would someone so versed in electrope, such as Calyx, be so careless as to leave a trail?
Oh, I expect he intended for us to find the terminal.
It may be a trap, but it's our only lead. What do you think, my friend?
We fucking going. I think a little revenge is in order. Hell yeah.
That it is. While I'm glad you're safe, we cannot allow his offense to go unanswered.
I know. I know.
If you're set on this course of action, I'll work on getting you access to the Foundation sector. Sit tight for now.
It's time to do a real raid.
Let me come with you.
You don't even have a weapon. You don't have a job stone.
Special skills, but I know the castle better than any.
Okay,
So
you can come in.
please.
All right. If that's what you want, then we go together. The rest of us will take point and secure the way, and we'll count on you to guide us in the castle.
Isn't the shape of her outfit entirely the inverse of her dress? Well, maybe not exactly, but like... kinda. Like her jacket is like where her dress would be. The empty space. In the world of Sphinx, the medieval town was already submerged. Given their circumstances, I expect the people considering stripping the castle for materials to rebuild. For the structure to endure even now, it speaks to its importance to Alexandrians as well as their resilience. Calix determines how many will become endless, but leaves the choice of who in the hands of the people. Is this his idea of fairness, or does he simply not care? Perhaps he considers all to be worthy of salvation, or it's too early for such speculation. I'm working on securing a route to the Foundation sector. Please sit tight for a while. According to records from Yue Yawata, my mother was investigating orogenics for her own research into souls. There was map data for orogenics in the records. This is how we learn about the castle in the Foundation sector. And as we have a plan, let's make it to count. Thank you for allowing me to accompany you. It may take time for me to find my place in this new Alexandria, but I will, slowly but surely. Right, I believe I plotted a viable route to the Foundation sector. As you don't have much information on the area, I'll come along and gather geographic data on site. You can leave the navigating to me. I'll stay behind this time, but let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Oblivion is fortunate to have a capable adapter like you, Guluja. And no matter what the future holds, your knowledge of electropic is bound to serve you well. My liege, my king. I will do anything for Guluja. With such dependable support here, we may embark on our mission. Come, let's head to the lift in the government sector. Be safe out there! How does it work? Oh, okay, that's how it works. Oh. Trying to learn how to navigate the map of a controller. I just went with the MSQ. When I don't have to fight. It's more chill this way. Okay, so... A huge reason why I actually played FFMMOs is because of the controller support. Yeah, makes sense, yeah. I heard World of Warcraft has good controller but like add-ons. Not officially. And apparently the add-ons are very good. To play with a controller. Okay, I'm bracing myself for not having enough item level, but whatever. Oh no. Bureaucracy. job that gives me plenty of time to spend with her. Well, I just submitted my application, not much I can do, but wait and see what the future has in store for us. I better not be getting harassed again. Knook so pretty. This is the elevator hall. Access is restricted for those without official authorization. Thank you for your understanding. Whatever, man. I'm glad they approved my housing request, but when I went to move in, there was somebody still living there. You should have seen the official's face when I told them what had happened. You head to a floor below for that procedure. Okay, can I get temporary elevator access? No. Can you imagine your government having a place like this for like bureaucracy stuff? Everything has been arranged for your passage to Foundation Sector. Going to us from a distance, I remember the set of Alangra's castle and the virtual domain. I wonder how it looks now compared to then. From here, we head to the very bottom of our keep. I can't help but feel nervous returning there after so long. Calix has all but invited us, so we must assume that you are expected. I'm scared. Logitech, I'm scared. Oh, that's kinda sick. That's kinda sick. Kinda. But like, you don't hold the controller, right? You put it on the desk, no? Something. That's wild. There's no direct lift to Foundation Sector, so we have to transfer to another on the way. If we take the wrong lift, we'll end up in the wrong sector, so be sure to follow our instructions. Oops. You know, they have like keyboard add-ons for the DualSense. I don't know if you've seen it, but I kinda want one. I'm not sure it's that useful, but you know, if you don't have to type all the time. Should be fine. Let me show you. Okay, please don't show my hentai collection. What? What? This. Oh my god. What? I didn't say anything. This keyboard attachment. I wanted one for Monster Hunter. Yeah, I feel like I should get something like this. That's not mine. This controller is like kitted out. Bro. They have like custom platinum joystick caps. Nah, I would never. Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, right. Hey, all mine. According to Teshaja's record, the tower is divided into inner and outer section below Originix. The castle is at the heart of the inner section. So upon arriving at the Foundation Sector, we need to make our way inwards. To be fair, in Monster Hunter Wilds, the only thing I do is spam stickers. Denham, take this communicator with you. It's been modified to track your coordinates, so I'll be guiding you as I collect data. Hello Mark Ramim, how's it going? I won't say total overhaul, but it's the most changes they've made in a long while. The Underkeep. Okay. I'm going to get high level gated. 100%. But first, talk to them. It would be nice if this foray was uneventful, but it would be a naive hope better to expect the worst. I shall follow close behind with Shell. Though we are taking a risk, a far greater danger would be to wait. This time let us take the battle to Calix. Calix used the people's love for Sphin to further his own schemes, so we can't allow him to do so any longer, whatever it takes to find and stop him. Yeah, I'm very excited for Evercold, very excited. Okay, so they want me to gain 15 item level. Can I double check again? 705 and I'm 693. I'm whatever. Just take my fucking money. Okay, let's start with the cheapest, the one I have the least. Necklace and wrist. Boah. Fuck it. $701. Bracelet. Yeah, sure, why not? $709. Is that enough? Well, that was easy. Just cost me 2 millions. It's fine, it's fine. It's okay. Thank you. The Underkeep. Okay, we're good. Dungeon time. Whoa. Another sick-looking dungeon.
There are beasts ahead of you. They must have gotten in and made themselves at home.
FF9 music still, that's the opera music. Dun, dun, dun. No, that's the ending music. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's a motif, yeah, you're right. It's the Lord Byron opera theme, yeah. That is also in the ending. Hello, FFX! Which is also the ending theme. But FF9 is such a nice game. Hello, FFX, hello. How's it going? Oh, you did? Maybe I should replay it again, you know, maybe the PC version with like all the fancy mods. Yeah, the story, the themes, it's also great.
Access hatch nearby that leads inside. Look for an opening.
Insane. The combat is especially slow, that's the biggest problem. But other than that, very good. How to put my time training on the beach to good use? Oh, now to put my time. Dawntrail is pretty much tapping into the same kind of concepts that FF9 was talking about when it comes to a fear of death and like having to accept that you're going to die one day, you know. They're both like the cycle of life, both for like humans and the planet itself, you know. The planet itself will die one day. With like the reunion of two worlds. Yeah, Kitamle, I'm doing a new dungeon. And there's FF9 music being played. Well, a remix. We will all die, but you know, it's okay because I had all my existential crisis in my 20s, so I've moved on.
Allow me.
I had my midlife crisis at like 22. Sorry. I'm safe, I'm good. Can you count me out of that? I don't know who to ask to like strike you off the list. Early midlife crisis. Yeah, like sometimes there are people who are like 65 and they never thought about this once, and they're like, oh shit, no shit, death is something that exists. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? There's some people who never think about this, and there's some people who think about this like teenagers, you know. Is the Grim Reaper French? I haven't met him yet, but if I meet him or her, you know, you never know. I'll tell you if I survive encounter. But what? Oh shit! Sick. When they die, peacefully in their sleep. In France, you could get stabbed to death at any moment. Do you think this is London or what? Shit, what is this? Les Misérables. I guess you can die at any moment then. God, Les Misérables, so good. I remember when I was a kid I read a Donald Duck, Scrooge McDuck comic that was just Les Misérables. In like a Donald Duck form. I don't know why it stuck with me all this time. They literally just remade Les Misérables with Donald Duck and like Scrooge McDuck, I think. Isn't this enemy the one that takes you on a train in FF9? Okay, I just realized. That was a crazy dungeon when you have to use this one. It's also at the bottom of Treno.
Good work. Now proceed to the access hatch and head inside.
God, Treno was such a nice looking city. Holy shit. Whoa. They preserve the castle. Made the mistake of watching the movie first before reading the book. They kind of made it Disneyland, right? At least in living memory, at least. Which is pretty much like yeah, it pretty much is Disneyland. I should do something like this, right? And when I don't play healer or tank, I just putting this on the side, so I have some space.
Was apparently a constant battle against the rising water level.
Yo!
Even during the war, the people labored to maintain the castle. It meant a lot to them. It's upsetting to think that Preservation's terminal is in this place.
The X of Xbox!
Someone's down communications. Stay alert.
Remember that scene in this place in FF9 where like Beatrix gets the letter that Echo had for Zidane. They did. Even she thinks that Steiner gave her the letter. It was so sweet. Dude, this is the best couple in all of Final Fantasy history, bro. Steiner and Beatrix. What a lucky guy, bro. Help me! I feel like everyone should have a crush on Beatrix. She's so cool. I think it's kinda weird, but like I'm very interested because there's a mod that makes her playable in part of the story. Like she's a character that like joins you. I legit just want to play this mod just for the pleasure of having Beatrix with me. Even if it's fan-made. Dream Goon. Bon. I have no idea. I don't remember reading something like this, but maybe they didn't realize that they made a goated character that everyone would want to have in a party. Or maybe we were limited by just 8 characters, who knows. It was 8, right? But yeah, I might just play the PC version and the mods, you know, to see like how can the experience be. I just saw the writing in that fan mod that makes Beatrix a permanent character can be like good. But that's such a cool idea to do for a fan mod.
So, you have come. Let us measure your strength.
Oh shit. I don't remember this boss square in FF9 when you enter. That's new. What? Okay. Oh well. If one of you moves, I'm crying. Yeah, this side. Okay. I'm being set up by Twitter to have haters sent on me for that test. Twitter algorithm is weird.
Allow me.
That's a cool mechanic. What does it start? Okay. Those following orders doesn't even feel some machine awake us?
I see. You will show me more. I bid you press on.
If he wants a show, let's give him one. Hell yeah. Now that's the hole. What's the kitchen? What's the kitchen? They took out the kitchen! Remember that book that is in the library of Alexandria that just destroys you? He was called like page 64 or something. And like it was during a moment where like you had like only 30 minutes to like do a sequence so it's game over. And if you fight that guy, you just... Oh, these are from Bozja. The same model. The gunner. Yay, coup de casse-doom, yeah.
Hold on.
Why me? Who is this? Damn, Gratia, you got run over.
Hold on.
Nice.
You are untroubled thus far, but I have something that may test you yet.
Chamber of Patience. Oh, that boss from FF9, I remember! Dude, it was so difficult!
We still lack sufficient data. Very well.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, it would destroy me, because you would have to use the character that you didn't level much. Yeah, it was in the desert castle or whatever. Like Kuja's lair. Oh, that brings back memories.
This machine has long guarded these crumbling ruins.
That's crazy they brought it back.
How will you handle this?
I have no idea. Okay. Oh.
Let us introduce more weaponry.
Hold still.
Huh?
Let us see what this is. Perhaps a new approach to assess your adaptability.
I see. Interesting.
Still alive. How unfortunate.
What did you think, Mo? I'm the warrior of light. This is nothing.
Hold still.
For you to die here, it would save you trouble later.
Sorry, bro. I have to take a rain check on that.
I'm beginning to understand how you were able to defeat the Eternal.
Shit! Just... I don't know what I was thinking. No. No. No! I live.
That will do. We have enough to proceed with an analysis.
Carter said thank you. Thank you. How much did that cost you? I can compensate you. JSV should be far behind. Zero money? No way. Okay. Where are you hiding, Calix? So a trap was sprung as expected. Shalin's fin should be far behind. Thank you very much.
Calix was measuring our strength. Is that why he contrived to lead us here?
It looks like we've cleared away the machines and beasts. But who knows what else he might have in store. From here on out, Sveen and Shale will move with us. Let's find that terminal. Stay alert for more threats.
Before my illness left me bedridden, I used to walk through here on my way to watch Otis and Zelenia train. You knew Otis, if I'm not mistaken. Zelenia was his second in command in the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Oh, how I loved to see the two of them spar. I once dreamed of fighting by their side, so I studied the magical arts under my tutor. But when I was 15, the storm surge broke out, and both my father and mother passed away. As the new queen, I was forbidden from taking to the battlefield, for our nation would fracture had I died without a successor. Though in the end I could barely move, I regret that I didn't go out there and fight. At least while I still could. My endless self lamented not being able to protect the realm with benevolence. 'Tis a feeling to which I can relate.
Sveen.
Ah, forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to darken the mood. Come, let us press on.
This is one big castle, though. How far does this hallway go? Do you know, Sveen?
Huh?
What?
The back rooms is real.
What happened?
Oh, we got teleported. This place, this looks. Oh, there's shit on the floor, bro.
Oh, it seems our guest brought company.
Titania?
So this was your doing? It was. We installed a teleporter that is triggered by the presence of the key, you see? I'm afraid etheric transmissions cannot penetrate the walls of the throne room. It will take your friends a good while to find you.
Look at this nerd
I
levitating.
confess the Valia Pira did not suffice to assess your capabilities. So I shall try something else.
Oh shit.
You are free to use anything at your disposal. The better you fight, the more accurate my data. Attaining a precise measure of your strength, that is the most expeditious way to reclaim the key to which you so stubbornly cling.
You're not getting it, bro. Give it up.
Noble Zelenia, dashing as ever.
Zelenia?
These villains mean to do us harm. Strike them down, I bid you. What? This machine is Zelenia. Indeed it is. We couldn't preserve her memories while she lived, so she has been reconstructed from our recollections of her.
I'm the light bringer.
Electra, thank you. How's it going?
The endless me being created in answer to the earnest desires of Alexandrians. That I can accept. But to twist the memories of those I
pretty
held
good.
dear and treat them as playthings. This disgrace I cannot abide!
Oh hell yeah. Go crazy.
Loath though I am to comply with their demands, this monstrosity must be destroyed. Not least of all for Zelenia's honor. If she was indeed created from my memories, even if I cannot fight, I may be able to offer you counsel. So please, lend me your strength and end this farce.
Oh shit! My trusty crystal. That's what he wanted to see. Oh shit. Beatrix. Yeah, you might be correct, Electra. Yes, Finn's voice actress is very good. Yeah. Okay, well, I need your help. Do I join you on Light? Can I join? Yes, of course. Where are you? Oh. My dog shit house. Don't tell others how I live. Oh, there's weapons too, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thanks, thank you. You don't have to see me grind to get some stuff now. And how am I going to look? Whoa. Magical girl. The weapons are crazy. Everyone went so hard with this crafted gear. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. I think I saw this. The Dark Knight weapon of this crafted set is also very cool looking. Let me know if you need material. Material should be fine. I have a lot of like clusters. Thank you. I can actually do a story. Yay! Dude, my DPS must go so hard now. Hell yeah. What the fuck did I just press? God, I'm so bad. So Zelania is like Beatrix? Kinda. I hope the fight is fun. I expected a trial in 7.1, but no, it's the EX3, which is a Sphin EX. But I guess they're doing kinda like Endwalker or like the trials from now on. There's no trial storyline, the trials are into the MSQ. Okay. Well, I just gotta hope then. Yo! Same brand. Hell yeah. I should do like an ultimate just to get one of these Viper weapons that they have. She's like 5,000 years of practice. Like, can you dye all that stuff? What did I just do? Should buy some jeans. Oh, please, son. It was Hilo who wanted jeans. Should stop playing this game at like 5 AM, but there's nobody. Is there a better color than this? Yeah. MMOs are sad for night people like me. Always the DPS were waiting in the end. I fear they do, bro.
I am Selenia Triantaphili.
Roses of May. Okay, it is Beatrix.
Majesty the Queen.
Yeah, I just realized.
Upon my blade, I swear, no harm shall come to Her Highness.
You will not defile Zelenia's memory any longer.
I'm scared.
Feel the sting of my divine blade!
Oh, shock! Oh my god.
I know this technique. You must keep moving.
Have at you!
Oh, break! That's her moves!
Should be recreated so faithfully.
Holy shit.
I will suffer none to threaten Alexandria! Heavens roar!
Oh shit, I moved too fast.
Much more.
I will show you the soul of a royal knight.
Oh. Oh shit.
For the honor and glory of Alexandria, I strike!
Oh my god. Okay.
No more games.
Quickly, away from the sigils. The sigils channel magic. Be on your guard.
Okay. I see.
You've no time even to fear my wrath.
You must brace for blade and magic both.
Have at you!
Okay. That was the key. I was on the right side. What the fuck? Why can't...
Taste my steel!
Yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of this place. Why am I taking damage? Son. Oh, because I went from the front to the center.
I know this is merely a reconstruction, and yet...
Believe in me, Sven.
Pledge my life to the kingdom.
Holy shit.
Have at you!
Almost died.
My resolve shall never waver.
Holy shit. The extreme of this must be like the most fun thing ever. Seriously.
I am sworn to protect my queen. I will die before I yield.
Oh shit, I stepped in the puddle.
That's right. Zelenia was always there to protect me.
That was a sick ass fight, holy shit.
Forgive me, my queen. I have failed you.
Dude, this is awesome. I need to do the extreme of this at some point. The committee for some reason hated it. What? They don't even know what they want, man. Oh, they're flexing their weapon. Thank you, Show. Thank you. And thank you for a gear. Yeah, it's a super good fight. Thank you. Thank you for letting me experience it instead of like being stuck grinding for item levels.
Did you get what you needed?
I did. Though these figures will complicate matters.
He's doing the pen spinning oh my god.
Is that so? Well, if we are done here, then I shall end the transmission. Hold it!
Oh.
If you have no scruples about thus defiling the memories of Zelenia, then there is no way we will ever see eye to eye. You are not fit to be entrusted with the cherished memories of Alexandrians.
I, for one, have no wish to employ the fruits of my research in this manner. It is a waste of time and effort.
Yeah, thank you very much.
But since I relinquished my flesh long ago, I must resort to every conceivable method, so long as the hero insists on keeping the key. Why do you so oppose our objective? With the key, we would be able to harvest ether from other reflections and bring forth more endless. We could give this chance to evolve not only to the people of the Ninth, but to those of the Source as well. I see no reason why you should reject such a boon.
Well, of course he would be aware.
Oh, don't tell me you thought you were the only ones who knew. That is the height of hubris.
Ok, bon.
Well,
That's it, I should have picked the other option, I'm stupid.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. And thus does my role come to an end. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Calyx.
As a token of gratitude for consenting to my tests, I leave you with a gift.
It's going to use the power of Azem. He's going to harness it. Evil CEO. Damn, Beatrix, that was a great fight. My captain. Selenia was kind, but she could be stern, a pillar of strength when I sat on the throne in troubled times. Not only did she protect me, she also buoyed my spirit whenever it threatened to buckle under the pressures of my station. By preserving her memory and honor, you've done more for me than you could know. Thank you, Denham.
Selenia, it pains me to think that you're gone too.
Aha! Oh, we found you at last.
You had us quite worried when you suddenly disappeared. What in the world happened?
Then Preservation's objective is indeed what Calyx claimed. But for them to know about the Source and the Shards, and to refer to theirs as the Ninth, that raises some questions.
Shipper.
Indeed. But for now, I'm just glad the two of you are safe.
Otis is a king, so he needs a queen like
While we were
Selenia.
scouring the castle for you, we came upon a room that looked like a library.
By learning about the Alexandria of old, we may gain valuable insights into preservation. Might we take a number of books with us?
So books still remain.
We're reading the library of Alexandria.
You are welcome to any that may be of use.
If you don't mind, could we take a look around here first? I'm especially curious about the area over by the throne.
This tiara. It was hers. The Endless Fiend's. What's it doing here?
Is she gone now that she completed her role?
It's a type of regulator, I believe. It contains the data of the Endless Fiend's memories. Calyx likely used it to create the simulant. Which means that as long as the tiara is in our keeping, we shouldn't need to deal with any more simulants. Strange that he would abandon it, though. Perhaps because the simulant already played her role, like she said. Or Calyx made a copy of the memories. In any case, not much information of import appears to remain on this terminal. But I'll make it so we can access it remotely from the back room.
This contains the memories of another me. A tale of her journey as Queen of Alexandria. Might I hold on to this tiara? You may examine it whenever you wish, of course.
It would be for the best, I think. Does that work for you, Shale?
No objections from me. All right, I'm finished. Let's head to the library, and then back outside.
Rest in peace, Zelenia. It was a cool ass fight. Hopefully I'll see you in Extreme. If I get there.
Farewell, Zelenia.
It's fun. Hell yeah. Calyx seems to consider the reflections not but feels to be harvested for his endless. I do not make a habit of dismissing the assertions of over out of hand, but I cannot abide such callous disregard for life. The interference made it impossible to locate you and prevented leak-per transmissions besides. Apologies that you couldn't be there for a critical moment, but as usual you find a way to handle matters. Yeah, but that's what he wanted. Calyx wanted us to use the Azem crystal. Because it's also a link to other shards. You know? We get interdimensional wire of lights. Adventurers. Based on the geographic data I gathered, it seems the inner section containing the castle served as a residential area during the early stage of Everkeep's construction. The outer section was then added when they expanded the structure into its present-day shape. I expect the system to drive the earth was installed, so that they could build a stable foundation on submerged land. I'm glad everyone's safe. The Endless Fiend was just a projected image outside living memory, so it was a bit of a surprise to see an actual item that belonged to her. On the way back, I asked Shell where the tiara might have been in the front room. She believed that it was being used to recount Fiend's actions. There's no way to tell now whether or not it was with her knowledge. But it can't be used for questionable ends anymore, so we can at least take comfort in that. The simulant gave the impression that she won't be back, but I suppose only time will tell. And at present we have no further leads to on Calyx. For now, perhaps we could take a moment to contact our friends. It would be good to catch each other up on recent developments, and I am certain everyone would appreciate hearing from you. No. I thought they wanted me to go to the Rising Stones or something. Is that what? Erenville, ma goat. My fussy little bun. Damn, this is a surprise. Has Wu Clamat gotten in trouble again? I see. Knowing you, I expect you're already looking forward to the next abuse trap. Try not to overdo it. I'm in the outskirts at the moment. I've been helping the people with their work and talking to those I meet to gauge their sentiment. It's been uneventful for the most part, but there was one notable development. Following recent events, some here stopped wearing regulators. This had led to a disparity in what people remember about the Queen's death, and the occasional episode of confusion. I'll be sure to let you know if there are any other changes. If there are any other changes. Let's go in order. If it isn't Denham, is something the matter? So preservation is behind the recent intrigue. It doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to hear you are none the worse for trials though. As for myself, I just concluded a meeting with Gosan. I told him about the cure for Levin sickness, and we formed a tentative plan to treat all those who are stricken. I'm now otherwise unoccupied, so I shall take a look around the government sector to see if aught is amiss. And if this Calix is obsessed with a key, then I ought to begin studying it in earnest as well. Ernest. Ernest? Alfino? Excellent timing, my friend. I had a mind to call you myself to see how you are faring. Calix, well, something was obviously afoot. I couldn't have imagined that such an individual would be involved. This well, you were able to prevent the simulant from sowing further uncertainty. That said, her absence may have consequences. The people of Alexandria still have great trust in Sphene. It is plain in the way they speak of her even now, in how the simulant was able to win them over. When they notice she has ceased to appear again, rumor and worry will spread. We must be mindful of any pronounced shift in the mood of the populace. But forgive me, it's been battle after battle for you, hasn't it? We can handle ourselves for now, so pray rest up while you can and recover your strength. Now I want more fights. More fights, more fights. Alice. Yes, hello, Denham, for you to call out of the blue. Is something wrong? What? You went all the way to the bottom of our keep and you didn't think to ask me to come? Oh, she's going to be so mad. But I suppose I've been fairly busy myself. Did she even check living memory yet? I'm pleased to say that we've received permission to begin administering the cure for living sickness to citizens. I'm actually due to visit a boy named Milos shortly to see how he's responding to his treatment. Oh, he was in the expansion. You've met him before with Lamati, I believe. The two of you should attend as well if you have time. I thought I heard Alice yelling. I hope everything is alright. I see you are able to reach everyone that is well. It takes me to think we're being nailed down by Calix, but I'll do my best to find clues of his passage. I'll take a look at the preservation terminal, hopefully there'll be something useful. Being able to contact people so far away so easily can do wonders for peace and mind. Leapers really inconvenient things. Yeah, just make sure it's not 5G towers, you know. I'm joking, okay? What did the others have to say, if I may ask? They finished treating Milos, then we have to go and visit him. Would you mind if I accompanied you? I understand he's affected with the same condition as I was, and I cannot help but worry for him. Of course, we don't mind at all. In the meantime, I shall take myself on Solution 9 and see how things are. I share Alfino's concern about the Queen's absence, and even setting that aside, the situation is not like to resolve itself while becoming endless remains an option. I had been meaning to visit some shops, so I shall join Krail. While everyone's out and about, I try to pick up Calix's trail. I'll see if I can dig up some information about the key for Ishtola as well. Ishtola. I'll help you. Yes, my king. It seems you all have things to do still. There's no telling what else Calix might have planned, so please be careful, everyone. Right, let's go to Milos' apartment in its residential radius 914 if I remember correctly. Lamati told me all about Milos. She said he was around my age, but couldn't leave his bed. I'd like to go meet him next time. Maybe we can be friends. Calyx is more clever than anyone has any right to be, but I sniff him out somehow. Just leave it to me. Damn, now he's going to recreate Azem's power. That's going to be insane. What do I have for Sage? I think I'll put my mathematics and mnemonics on Sage then. I still have studied like 640, what the fuck? They're awesome, you saved my life. I can do a story. I'm so happy. Like the entire stream I was thinking about the item level issue. I hope it wasn't too much of a bother. I think you have to talk to the concierge or something. You had to gear 2 characters. Ah, shit. Honestly, my endless self visited me so often I will keep quiet so as not draw suspicion. There you are. Next time something is in the offing, you had better remember to call on me. It's so good to see you again. I'd like to know that you and Alice are friends. She's been very kind to us. Look, Milos is sitting up. I'd seen the treatment before, so I knew it would work, but it's still so amazing. Alice and Ishtola are miracle workers. Hello, you came before with Queen Sphene. I'm glad you came again. I believe he'll be fine for now, but just for good measure, I'll administer a healing spell.
I once hoped that Milos at least might be made an endless. Then he wouldn't need to suffer anymore.
You feel different now?
Thanks to Alizé, Milos is on the road to recovery. He can grow up and live a normal life. And I want to be there with him every step of the way. To grow old with him as his mother and not something else.
That should do it. You're doing well, I'm glad to say.
Thank you, Alizé.
You're welcome, Milos. Now, you'll feel breathless for a little while still, but don't fret. It'll get easier to speak with time. That said, we can't rule out the possibility of a relapse. As a precaution, I would keep him away from lightning-infused objects.
Lightning. Does that include regulators?
It does. I understand if it's difficult for you to part with something that you've worn for so long, though, so it's entirely up to you.
Take a vacation to Tuliolol. There's no lightning there.
For Milos' sake, I will do it. And if the environment here isn't good for him, I must consider moving outside the dome.
You two would be more than welcome in Tuliolol.
It's very assuring to hear that. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the process?
There's the train. Le TGV.
I'm happy. I can talk again. Before, I couldn't even thank my mother for caring for me. But now we can talk lots. I can tell her that I'm happy, that I like it when she strokes my hair.
Your mother is happy to talk to you as well, I'm sure.
Queen's Fiend always cheered me up. Always said that she would cure me. Today, I'll practice walking with Mother. And next time, I'll go and visit you.
Thank you for explaining everything.
We'll come again to check on you. So if you have any other questions, just let me know. Right. Let's get going, shall we?
Please come back soon. You too, miss.
She should just take the mantle of Queen's Fiend.
It's good to see Milos doing so well.
The Endless Me gave him the strength to hang on, and she didn't rely on any special power to do so.
She wanted her people to be happy. Even though we had to fight, her love for them was very real, and it reached Milos.
I wish to be there to watch him grow as well. To make my way beside the people of Alexandria. In the name of his evolution, Calyx has wrought much unease and misery, and I cannot condone his path. No, I shall forge ahead on a path of my own, one that honors the memory of my other self.
We'll see. I knew the Milos stuff would come back at some point. As I treated Milos with Angelo, I couldn't help but think of Gabu and Halric. I wonder how they've been. Gabu! I'm gonna cry again. I wish the Endless Fiend could have been there to see Milos. The Gabu is like a fucking impossible to not cry. Milos is a kind of brave boy, he did me well to see him. One day I hope that we can speak with him about my other self. Come, let us return to the back room, and on the way let us pick a treat for our friends. A little gift to show appreciation for their hard work. Attention citizens.
Citizens of Alexandria, please be advised. The distribution of neo-regulators has concluded. We ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration. The evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death and bask in the infinite possibilities of eternal life.
What is this?
Excuse me, a manager is waiting at the front desk.
What evolution?
Those with neo-regulators will become endless, apparently.
You mean there's no more? Well, don't you feel lucky?
Don't look at me like that. Queen's Fiend said there were only so many.
I haven't registered mine yet. The more I thought about it, the more unsure I felt about becoming an Endless.
We're gonna like, kill each other, bro.
Well, I registered right away. Anything to stop those terrible nightmares of being killed by mechanical soldiers.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. I see. The terror of their first encounter with death still lingers in their hearts. Having previously been spared even the idea of it, they know not how to handle the emotions.
The funeral was meant to give everyone the chance to come to terms with loss, to grieve and move forward together. But everyone who was wearing a regulator had their memories of that moment erased. And to see those oblivious, happy souls, those who remembered must have wondered if it might not be better to be like them, to go back to a time when death didn't exist.
And now they've been presented with the chance to do just that by becoming an Endless. It's not hard to see why they would consider it.
If this fear of death continues to spread among the people, what will become of Alexandria? The gifts for our friends will have to wait. We should return to the back room at once.
Ma Red Bull! No. Oh well.
Oh, you're safe. That broadcast had us worried. The entire populace is on edge.
The people of Edge are on edge.
So Alphino and the others are still out there.
We have a situation on our hands. A civilian has been killed by a mechanical soldier here on Trueview.
What?
Wayakoi is on the scene and reports that the problem unit has been subdued by another sentry.
That doesn't make sense. Only someone with the King of Resolve's authority could order a soldier to do that.
Who is usurping my liege?
Not good. I tried to check the status of the authority but was blocked from the core system.
Calyx!
Given recent developments, I'd wager that Calyx is responsible for this.
Perhaps we should go and see for ourselves.
It's me. There's been an incident in the outskirts. A mechanical soldier attacked a local resident, for no apparent reason. Fortunately, several nearby hunters dealt with the rogue machine, so everyone is safe. But if other soldiers were to... Wait. Is that... Oh gods.
What?
More hostile sentries are bound for the settlement. I'll try to lure them away and then lose them somehow.
If anything happens to Renville, I'm smashing my entire monitor with hammers.
In the outskirts too?
You'll go and help Erenville.
Erenville suffered too much already. What the fuck?
If he came to harm. I'll have Geo join you from Earth and Sky.
I'm coming too. I can't stay here while my people are in danger.
My king, my liege. I will always follow you.
Let's go.
That's my big jar. Okay, we have to save him. So this is how it is outside. These clouds are never mind. Finding Erenville is what matters right now. The people here took care of me, giving me food and making sure I was alright. I can't bear to imagine the soldiers hurting them. I don't see Erenville. I pray he hasn't come to harm. Things have settled down here, but I see no sign of Erenville. Let's split up and look for him. Kuloja, Sphine, please search in the settlement area. Meanwhile, the rest of us who can defend ourselves will head further out. Please be safe, bro. What the Oh shit, I'm on the stage. Thank you, thank you. That was a close call. My thanks. As I was leading the soldiers away, I caught sight of this poor fellow being pursued. I want to help, but was rather out of my depth. We're lucky you found us when you did. Erenville, I'm so glad you're safe. We were quite worried when we couldn't find you. We encountered soldiers on the way here. Most paid us no mind, but some turned out to be hostile. There's no way to tell until they set on you. The ones here also attacked without any warning. If I had been paying attention, it could have ended badly. Hopefully you others were able to escape. We should return to the outskirts and take stock. Remember Ketenram? What happened to that guy? Crescentia plot. What is that? The feed operation? Oh, okay. He vanished to the ether. I guess he's into side content stuff then. No one thought that Guluja might have been behind the attacks. They know that he would never make the soldiers do them harm. Even so, he feels responsible for a machine action. It is a misplaced burden, and I pray it drives him not to despair. Thank you, Denham, for protecting everyone. But you shouldn't have had to. None of this would have happened if I could control the soldiers. It's not your fault, my king. Someone is usurping you. We responded to Cher's call as quickly as we could. Others are out keeping an eye on the soldiers nearby. I did not expect to see you again so soon. Allow me to thank you again for your earlier help. Because I don't see such incidents. I didn't expect to see Malakat out there given his own trauma. I wonder if he will be alright.
Right. We're none the worse for the wear. But Let's see what the situation is here.
Geode and his people came and joined us while we were searching for you. After which we happened to encounter Malachite. His usher duties
Yes, I
brought him
pronounce his
here,
name well.
and he has quite the story to tell.
It's a bit puzzling, to say the least. Even so, I'll try my best to explain.
Yeah, Ketenar was mugging everyone. That guy was mewing.
I was called to attend to the unfortunate soul slain by the mechanical soldier.
Who's that sexy buddy boy who looks like me?
Yet, when I arrived, I found no body.
What the fuck?
Only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered.
He looks maxed.
Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
How odd. Did they remember the victim at least?
They did. Their memories of the deceased weren't sent to the cloud, I don't believe. Yet, no body remained.
If someone took it, surely they
Calyx
would
is
have
going to kill
noticed.
5,000 people for his plans.
With your permission, I shall return to the government sector for now. Please take care.
This is terrible. Why would they make the soldiers do this?
If preservation is behind the attacks, I fear this won't be the end of it.
All the Neo-regulators have been distributed, and potentially 5,000 Endless are about to be born. What does Calyx hope to achieve with these killings? Does he seek to frighten people into registering them? Or perhaps...
Oh, thank the 12 you answered. Shale told me what happened. Is everything all right?
Ominous music, what's happening?
I see. 'Tis a relief to hear that Erenville is safe. Alas, I do not have good news to share in return.
My mobile
The
is
driver
kicking.
lost control of his vehicle when its interface became
too.
unresponsive, and it crashed into the Nexus arcade, injuring several people. Kryl and I are helping to render aid, but with the sentries behaving strangely, we can't afford to lower our guard. Remain vigilant, my friend.
I need to protect my son, Geloja. Yeah, I love this guy. As a mother, exactly.
I just received word from the backroom. A hover cargo on TrueView threw off its driver, and it's rampaging through the area as we speak.
Alphino had a similarly troubling report for me. Apparently, a riderless machine in the government sector came to life near a crowd clamoring for Neo-regulators.
The machines are fighting back.
It proceeded to mow down several citizens, causing serious injuries.
This is a tragedy. We must go and help the people.
Sphene, wait! I'm coming with you!
Sphene!
Alphino is with Y'shtola, and he said they'll be all right. I'll go and see if other incidents have occurred elsewhere.
Dad.
From here, I'll head towards the quarry by way of the Drift Downs.
Certainly a lot of hover cargoes coming and going in those parts. I'll join you.
I shall remain here and speak further with the locals. I have company now. so you needn't worry about me.
Then let's return to Solution 9. If we hurry, we can catch up to Lamachi and Sphene.
Is this good?
Sphene's gone on ahead. I leave her with you.
Again? Oh, this guy.
Bloody things have gone mad.
He's come back here.
Why is this happening?
Damn, she's a sniper. She's a killer.
Surely there's a finite number of these things.
Everyone, please try to remain calm and make your way to resolution. This is just like before, when Sarioja unleashed the soldiers on us. I don't have any souls left. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Damn. Ooh. Let's go, Kyle. Fucking painting on his ass.
No, you don't! Are you all...
No! No! Why did you do that? Why? You can't just leave me alone like this! If we had been endless then, you'd still be here. You'd still be with me. But now...
Are you all right?
What is Calix trying to set up here? Oh fuck.
So many hurt. So many dead. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
Was that Milo's mother? Thank the 12 you're all unharmed. This small solace amidst this tragedy, however. The machine rampage seems to have been only temporary. Soldiers and vehicles all ceased to operate all at once, as if they had fulfilled their purpose. It's the same outside Riverkeep. The members of Oblivion are keeping watch for good measure. The first attack came shortly after the announcement that neo-regulators had run out. It can't have been a coincidence. I struggle to imagine that anyone but Callis could gain control of the soldiers. This must have served his ends in some way. Guloja, are you still without your authority? It's fine now, I'm in control again. We might take the opportunity to shut down the machines. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. Lamati just talked with Everkeep's administrators about that. They said it wasn't so simple. The mechanical soldiers don't only serve as guards, they also perform various vital tasks, like providing medical treatment and managing food production. If we shut them down, we struggle to render aid to the citizens, let alone restore their lives to normal. I made it so they can't use weapons anymore, though. Hopefully that makes it a little safer. That seems the best approach for now. Thank you for your swift action, Gululja. This powerlessness, I can't abide it no longer. No matter how much hardship and loss we could endure, there was but happiness at the end. Yet all I see now is suffering and misery. And I cannot bear it. I want to protect the people, for their happiness. I would do anything and everything. So please lend me your aid. Oh, Sphine, you found the words I wish you'd say back then. Our strength is yours, Sphine. Together we'll get through this. Let us split up and get to work. Might I trouble you to report to Shell, my friend? A lot happened. Couriers and cleaners are clearing away the wrecks of vehicles and soldiers is the first step to getting things back to normal. I wonder if they're trying to, like, make some kind of primal, you know? Pains me that the people were made to suffer even more after so much hardship and tragedy. But you and yours saved many lives, I cannot thank you enough. Malakat and his fellows are tending to the deceased. His trauma must make the war difficult, but he's determined to do what he can. It's been a trying day, it seems the worst is behind us. What's the situation out there now? You've moved quickly to restore things to normal, thank you. Yet while disarming the soldiers is indeed prudent, it is a far from comprehensive measure when vehicles can be commandeered to inflict damage and sow chaos. For the time being, I'll set our people to keep a close watch on machines. I also have a mind to consult the authorities about enlisting hunters for our head. I must regain my proficiency in magic. To that end, I shall seek advice from Y'shtola and Alizé. Among the books we recovered from the Castle of the Grimoire once used, I hope to learn to yield it again, at everyone's side. Oh, she's gonna fight! As for the key, I think it's best that it remains in your care, though it means you will bear the greatest risk. In order to ease your burden, I shall endeavor to become a capable warrior and make Otis and Zelenia proud. Oh, hell yeah.
By illness weakened, by wounds unmade, by age decayed. Such fragile flesh is worthless to us.
The Riddler.
How mankind should evolve, shall evolve. I have already arrived at the answer. The time is come to pose a new question.
He is the Riddler! Answer my questions. Answer my riddles. Solve my riddles. Ryan Alfino patrol the city while Ishtar analyses continue treating living sickness and those injured in the attack. I shall stay here to help coordinate efforts, so I suggest taking the opportunity to get some rest. Like 4.5 months of waiting. I couldn't fight them and I couldn't even get my authority back when it was stolen, so what good am I? I need to find a way to be more useful. Go-san is helping us coordinate efforts with administration here in Alexandria. We have to work hand in hand to ensure that the people can get back to their normal lives. I worry about good old Javo. I know he's still frustrated and I couldn't do anything to stop the machines. If only there was a way to take his mind off things. I will dedicate myself first to healing magic so I may help treat people's wounds. It will be a time-consuming process to acquire my abilities, but a necessary one that I dare not rush. Even though there's no telling when Calix will make his next move. What do we do now? We finished 7.2. Oh wait, Kyle, did I see you? No, I did talk to you. Yay! I cannot stop here, that's not possible. This is pretty good, I'm liking where this is heading. Especially since we don't know Calix's plan. This Midlander who stole a Viera face. We set up patrols outside, so I came back here to see how things are. Fortunately, although we stopped the rampaging hover cargoes, now we have to deal with delays in electro transport and slowdowns in production. The complications will likely continue for some time. Potential question. We have no choice but to continue, no? There's a 3D printer. Well, I know there's going to be a try for 7.3, so I'll just have to, like, I don't know, use Party Finder and hope that there's somebody to help at, like, when I'll get there at, like, 8 AM or something. Fuck. We'll see, but first I have to go to the bathroom. Maybe get something to eat. Come back soon. Hello, hot girl. Thank you, thank you. Yes, I did. It's called coffee.
Can I ask you something? Are you guys aliens?
Alessa FGC, thank you for the red, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you again. You're mentally prepped to work, Goro. Like what, at 5 AM? Oops. Oh my god, wow. I mean, I would do everything for Goro, but that's a tall order. AM. Oh, I see, I see. Makes sense. But I'm sure Goro will enjoy his very early, very early morning walk. Okay, I changed the title. Okay, I'm back. All this time. Thank you, Alessa, again. Shout out, Alessa, AGC. They already followed you. Welcome back. Thank you. It was a great patch. Yeah, it started with Finn being back and then all this stuff happened. And then the boss fight, the dungeon, they're very good. Very good. But yeah, we still have a lot more MSQ to go. Alright, let's do this. Targeted tragedy. If you have a moment, then Jode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer detail in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend our perspective to conversation. Okay. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all, much has happened since the state funeral, and a clear idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right, no additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. What's the bad news? The bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have a king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king of reserve authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calix. He lived in the age of a storm surge, as I did. If they release Finn's outfit to the cash shop, it would literally fund Evercold all by itself. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancement in electro technology. It was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for living sickness, designing Everkeep's score system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calix's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of letting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is the only hope for survival. No way, really? I am like literally forever in your debt. Nah, it's not okay. I am indebted to you forever. What the hell? Thank you. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register the neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to inter-emotional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down, which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. For some reason my nose is being stuffed. Like my nose is feeling stuffed. I'll help you. While Guloja and Shell are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems are cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Yes. Count me in. Ra and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks you two. Appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrator about bringing in the Lance Guards. The Lance Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolol. Alfino and Alice will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Denham's group if you have me. If you'll have me. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you, I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, John. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calix. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Good luck your patrol and take your time. We can do with a job until you're done with the old sort. Ah, sorry, just when I think I've internalized better manners. Talking with a job brings back all the old bad habits. I wish I could grow up faster. There'll be so much more I can do when I'm bigger like you. Don't worry, take your time. My leech. Okay, where are you? Oh, Gridania. Can I join you? So I don't have to burden you with a gear waiting for me. Okay, well, I go to Solution 9. Well, I am in Solution 9, but like, I go to FFXIV. Where? Oh, you're grey. Oh, because you're crafter. I was like, what the hell? Oh, thank you so much. This means I don't have to worry about the DPSQ also when I'm on, if I have to. Thanks. Oh, you are so good. Let me check this out. Wait. What the? Oh. Why, that's insane. Hitting the pause? Hell yeah. I'm surprised that the headgear works. Thank you. Do I even have other dances? Oh yeah. Nice, thank you very much. I'm gonna do MSQ like this. Okay, maybe not. I would like to see my face. No, I could never task you anything more. Thank you. I kneel to our goat, who is helping me get through the queues. Thank you very much. I don't have confettis, I'm sorry. Bow. Thank you. Now it's time to go for a story. How do you get this emote? Wait. An event? Oh shit, I missed it. Well, I guess I have to bait when it shows up, but thank you. Wait, I have this one, I think. Is that chicken? I have an egg. Does that count? You have a chicken, I have the egg. We can solve the riddle once and for all now. Alright, I go back to the rescue. Thank you very much, thank you. Do you like peasants? Oh. Okay, hell yeah. Now you can walk the dog. Enjoy the walk. Stay strong for Goro. I'll keep the weapons like this. I might keep the glamour later on. I'm just trying to be consistent for the rescue. Thank you, Sharon, thank you. I owe you everything. Look at I cannot show my I cannot show my crafters, but I don't have any crafters. I have nothing. 13 years of playing, by the way. The city looks as though it's regained a sense of normalcy. Alas, the people will not soon forget recent events. Wow, this is actually sad. I will do my utmost to ensure the happiness of Alexandria and its people. Oh yeah, there's cosmic exploration. Sorry, I was off on my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, John? Me, I'm well enough given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. That the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give endless alternatives serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that, it is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calix wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calix nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the spectre of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle this responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me that you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for such an eventuality. Oh shit. She's a summoner. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to a small measure of skill. Is that book I talked about in FF9? If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense? The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Denham and I will take the east. Very well, we shall end our patrol in the plaza just past Truview and wait you there. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or two we didn't know before. I'm guessing you would have preferred to go with Sven and Kyle, but I'm afraid you're stuck with me. I go on people though, I promise. No, it's okay, I didn't say anything. What? He said you would rather be with girls. I was like, no, I didn't say anything. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to ever do it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrap me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shell though. Although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Oh. They're telling us a story between Joe and Shell. Are the sentries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way, even Queen Sven said so. But how to get one? Maybe I can convince someone who's unsure to give me theirs. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped right out of the sky, and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant, until it happened. We used to forget people after they died. No memories, no grief. I'm not sure if it would be better off if that was still the case. What has been such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. Okay. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friends. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Then, my word. I feel like there was a new factor in the stories we've heard, one we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. The fact that nearly 4,000 people are registered is worth for its own report. But are you sure there wasn't anything else? What? Yes, that's it! The vast majority of results have already won regulators, so it's not a detail we normally think about. With the supplies of souls cut off though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from resource attacks and check whether or not they were equipped regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Oh, you mean everyone who died didn't have regulators? So he was harvesting souls. Oh, I was muted. Oops. I was reading the dialogue. So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative. They only apply to that one zone. We don't know how we'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed the regulators was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who are no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx had chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. Could something have been done to the victims, like the dust? I wonder, what about that sanitation worker story? She saw nobodies but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust but nobodies? Now where I've heard that before? Do you recall when we went to Severinville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Archer Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found nobody, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm this substance was present at other sites, and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calyx's murderous actions. Dana, we need your help. I've lost control over our soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. Wait. Let's go. Wait. Follow me. Wait. Follow me. What? Okay, this is scary.
Stay back! Stay away from me! Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons.
which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Oh no.
Go to them, quickly!
No!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora! Thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
Oh my god, I would have cried if that happened.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
The promise of tomorrow. I bet this is going to go crazy. She should recover in due course. I'm glad we are having what we did. If she died, I would have been so sad. When I was sick and couldn't move, my mother was always at my side, always keeping me company. And I'm going to do the same for her. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I am sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. For their sakes, I have to remain calm. Our comrade, you think he might have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please, it isn't safe in still in rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isidore for me? We will tend to your friend. I thank you. Please be careful yourself. His friend is going to be white dust. Isadora and Milos had completed their applications to leave the dome and were practically out the door when all this happened. We'll make sure they're taken care of the moment Isadora is ready to travel. Okay, he's not dust yet. That man, this is awful. Why? Why is this happening? Isadora is going to be alright then, I'm so glad. I've just finished my illustrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calix commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakwe sent word. I am sorry, by the time we arrived it was already too late. Then Jod could be in trouble too. Once this road is locked, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly, we're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. Oh shit. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector though, at least until we regain control of our sentries. Then we should search for Jod. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Oh, thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calix from intercepting the signal, and I've been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Jod. Good luck and stay safe. Jod said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Welcome back! I hope it was a great work for you and Goro. Dude, I thought Milos' mother was going to die. I was about to cry. Like, actually. It was raining, oh no. I hope you find Jod soon. I know he's probably saving people with one hand and fighting off threats with the other, but I can't help but worry. And now Jod has been missing. I knew he had a death flag on him. What did you say? Please Jod, please be safe. No sign of him. And I know that Shell and Jod must go way back. That's it. This is what they seem to like hint at the beginning of this patch. In the NPC dialogue. This is why I always talk to NPCs, even if they're not part of a quest. Let's search around the apartments first. You see no sign of Jod. Wayakwe's voice crackles far from a communicator. Jod, answer me! There is no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. You see no sign of Jod. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh?
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join you.
Oh shit!
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls.
It's so weird to see someone, hear someone with an American accent.
Ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Oh shit, not this old man.
Shit.
No, 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 no.
Damn you! You can't be here! You need to run now! A trap!
What? Oh, he's dead. Oh shit.
Take care of the others, eh?
Fuck!
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
Geode!
These fuckers.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
access sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you require it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to Ether now?
We gotta kill this guy, man. We gotta kill this guy. Oh, walking over us. He's dead.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
You would only seek our victims.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Mais what it is too short, bro. I'm a fucking... Poor guy. I can't, there are no words. This pile of dust, these ashes. And the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning joy to us? Alright, Yushiro, have a great night. Thank you again, thank you very much. I feel I'm going to enjoy it very much. Thank you, thank you. And thanks again for all the gear. Life-changing. Thank you! Damn you, Calix, damn you, your careless cruelty. You got this. Hope so. Have a great rest of your night. It's morning already. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless could continue their immortal lives. In every reflection stolen ether allowed for many more endless. Why? That would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is not noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calix and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Denham. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. Give me 1 second. Okay. I will hold on to Joe's gun. If you could take the soul cell, please. We should return to the back room. Shell and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakwe to meet us there as well.
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
It's not your fault, man.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
No, that is Nostalgia Gem.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
This bastard Calyx. He gotta pay. I'm told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe returned with the body of their comrade. They always so much. We made a swift patrol of our levels and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks. All to have us more reefer, it seems. I got back controls of the Sentries, probably around the same time Calix left. I'm sorry I couldn't stop him. I assume you knew better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We are all here with you. I've spoken with Vuklamat. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. They brought back John's gun. Its rounds were spent and its barrel was scorched, so yeah, you can be sure he went down fighting. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Jihad was. He was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shell knew him longer though, and he's surely taking it the hardest, and that's on top of what happened to Kafkiwa. Do you think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calix, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. As you said, you need time to work through it. You're right, I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I'm of no use to anyone. Kafkiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Heaven Sky and say my goodbyes to Jihad. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've your shoulder to spare. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air-wheelers. They've had their communications module removed, so even Calix shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Save a word or no else set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to a pylon, so follow my lead. Damn, those are nice bikes. These air-wheelers are Genol's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I need to lighten my mood. Sometimes Jihad would come along too and would end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Phew, that's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Denham, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember at least, the memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Just our luck. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not I slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we? Sorry.
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
To Geode's memory.
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances, and it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then, the mad things they got up to, that sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. They paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas. I wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I could see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
We're gonna fucking kill Calyx. That's what I learned from this cutscene. I appreciate you helping me through this. You not only through the grief, but you helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. I need you too, Shale. A darkness in the heart. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Kryl for help. I want to re-examine the data starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance to Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Nenam? Fuck if I know. Denham, is that true? Apologies for calling so suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts and I can't help but feel though something is amiss. May I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you finish what I need to share, of course. Seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Okay, you stay alive, okay? As long as the memories remain, this wound in my heart will never fully heal, but it might be better that way. To feel something, even pain, is to remember that they lived, and to know that I'm still alive. That's the way. That's the way. You find Calyx for me, okay? We're gonna destroy that twink. Wait, what the fuck? Why is the music like this? Denham, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I'm yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Will you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. It's nothing so obvious as loud wailings or acts of violence, but well, it would be best if you saw for yourself. Oh, please tell me you brought more near-regulators. Officially, they're all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors that there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen's. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on, there has to. Okay, they're all surrendering to despair. Boy, is he recreating the final days? Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can think that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the spectre of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamour for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Prayers? If you guys are summoning, I must pray. Okay, you guys are summoning a primal. How does Calyx know that we have Azem's crystal? You're not wearing a regulator, don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me, I got myself one of those neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machines will function. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? Their fear is palpable. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. In each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Denham, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and Alfino. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. What?
What's happened?
Living
Sorry
memories
to drag
back?
you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from
Is this
moment to
ASMR?
moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity.
They're happy because you have a new regulator.
Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance,
They're gonna start killing each other.
the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
They're gonna eat him alive.
Vauglamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Just take on the mantle. First was deadly malfunctions and now a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 headless, perhaps more than necessary even. We had the hopefuls who descended on Lamati dispersed for now. We could see tempers in the crowd were starting to fray. This latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching the breaking point. We have to stop Calix and soon. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in time. Kryl told me everything that happened while we were away. My apologies. The sign is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display on or switch it off. Calix has access to a core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears a little, I beg you, Uklamat, please let them shelter until Yolol. We'll welcome all who wants to come. We've already begun evacuations and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Lance Guard arrives. In which case we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calix is hiding though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. What about living memory? Is it like violence and fear? This is not the future she envisions for a nation. I'm curious. Is it still grey? Okay, it's still grey for now. What a cool Asuki place, no? Are you seeing any rain? I think it's because of DLSS. I think it's killing the rain. It might be. Yeah, can you see? The GLSS is like but it's fine. It's a compromise I'm more than willing to make, bro. Look at this game at like 50. Oh yeah. That's how FF14 was meant to be experienced. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, if you use a DLSS, you cannot see the rain as much. See? But the entire rest of the game looks great, you know? Like the image is so stable. That's barely an issue for me. Okay, I want to play with this again. Oh my god. This is how people on PS4 play the game, by the way. I think this is literally what PS4 guys play the game with, like. I guess you cannot see that much on stream, but like. I mean, if I had no other choice, I would live with this, I guess. Tuliolol would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of a nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Uklamat. Uklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. Like friends, roommates. Yuri? So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandra's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. What did she just say? I would be yours as well, Sphene. The Yuri allegations are true. All along. Whenever you feel a struggle to rise, I'll come running to your rescue. And you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. And don't forget about me. Hey, shut the fuck up. Do not ruin this sweet moment. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shell needs a hand? There you all are. The big jar. Gulul jar. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said you were here. Good news, Denham. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed the Preservation Initiative. 2 Sphenes! Vuklamat cannot handle all that. That's too much, man. Containment Complex 1029, it's called, and it's been fastly registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long to just get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we'll go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. Hehe, and up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. Forward and up. Your done servant lets you have 2 Sphenes? Yeah. She's greedy. Vuklamat is very greedy. And I'm supposed to dislike her? Sigma female. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities, and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Wasn't there a similar kind of administration in Amarot? This facility is staffed to resolve matters pertaining to welfare and employment. It is also equipped with an infusion station, machine with dispense tools in exchange for credits. So like what? Alexandria is like the legacy of the ancients. in the sense that they were sundered and like they are repeating the same past mistakes as the ancients. An institute on preservation scale would have had so many such facilities in the city, yet I cannot help but wonder this is one of our parents' works. Preservation laboratories, I shudder to think at what they are searching, but this is not time to be squeamish. Shell made me her assistant, she was teaching me the basics of data management. Oh shit, Big Ja! Sounds like Guloja played a big part in this breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast when this is all over. I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we're inside. It wasn't actually all that different to the story of how we stumbled across the back room. Ready to head on up? Next up, the 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
Big Ja.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You are a treasure, Shale.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely. And personally, I hope he does.
We're past the time of playing hide and seek. You all know our main objective, we're here to pick up Calyx Treasure. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Sorry. Now as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the researcher's commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the entire door is locked. We need a security key with appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it probably a card of some kind. Can't you, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of luck is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. In any case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of this place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if you found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? Personal belongings. These shelves are most entirely bare, but examining the files to be certain. When it's really a preservation laboratory, I thought there'd be something more, I don't know, special about it. The arcane circuits in use here are decades old. I'll keep at it, but a security card might be the only way we're getting past this lock anytime soon. Reason container complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Private test within the scene workrooms. Such are commons the proto-lab and deutero-lab. Entrance into another workroom. Hello, Navan. Without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the area for which you have access. Keep a recalibrator at all times. Your highly confidential nature of access materials will make sure this complex. Professional retains the ownership and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. Uh-oh. Complex Director Demetrius. Protolab Chief S4. Deuterolab Chief Redacted. No luck so far, that bin had nothing in it at all. A few indecipherable notes remain pinned to this notice board, but nothing that traceable as security card. Well, you had to make sure, What if the recycling bin? Nothing in here then. I'm not sure where people keep their personal belongings in this day and age. Well, the bin might have been a good choice, Now, we're not going to check the drawers. Let's check the paperwork. What about this? Little of note. I'm opening that drawer from behind. Oh, level 1. Oh, could I be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. It's open, you did it then. This was the hardest minigame in my life. And a good thing too, I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. And I'm curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director Demetrius, also that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once you venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. Okay. Huh. Looks like every room can be accessed from this hub. Oops. Okay. This must be the door to the director's office. Go and try the card. Not a single soul here besides us. Going by the room labels on that map, we haven't entered any of the factual labs yet. Another locked door, we could try the same card again, but it's not gonna work. No good, maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chased me, we just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the proto lab. That door is already open at least. We'll find a way through together, Cher, I'm sure of it. Please excuse my patience, the means to track down Calyx are close and I'm itching to get my hands on them. I dug through this data tablet in front of a journal, I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At least we achieve a target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per the Son of Sea protocol, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. 158, that's 158, right? Yeah. 158. Okay, employment of preservation were familiar to me, were later I had a good feeling this would work, would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. Master Calyx's philosophy is a very fine ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. Had a meeting with Director Demetrius today, I've heard others praise his sinuous intellect, yet he seems to be a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calyx's blinding brilliance. This morning I was finally to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen's Fin insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? Yes, oh, that's Kryle's parents. Such a editor lab was scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which have been kept ignorant, would seem prudent to back up my memory data. No. He got his memory wiped or something. This machine fits into a soul cell. And remind me of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. The soul extractor. What? Oh, okay. Okay. 20, 19, 40. 158. I'm using chat as my notes, I'm sorry. Again. So 163 new projects produced as a result of 9, 8. Okay, that's too many numbers. Surely I don't need these. The Calyx is certain to l'arrache des vases subit à Soul Cell. Could this be where they connected avec experiment to create endless? But you could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into this director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Kulocha mentioned a locker in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. Okay. Damn, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We need level 3. We need level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Denham. I'm smart. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing the cards, I guess I imagine there'd be more, what's the word? Bloodless, mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you recall. It would seem the researcher who agreed with Calyx in his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Hade wyglądza emoto, Senzo. One arena doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards so they decided everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calix and his works. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Back to the hub and the locked doors across the way. Which will hopefully yield before a new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I don't really have any more use of it. Good idea. That was the fastest way I could take notes. I'm thinking I might leave the dungeon and trial for like next stream, so that like doesn't happen at like the dead of night for like everybody, but we'll see. Calix isn't bothered to show his face yet, I see. Maybe he hasn't noticed it, so maybe he's just watching and waiting. What else do we have in this place? If I read that map right, it must be a lot smaller than the UA Yawata facility. The scanner always rolled the security card up to the panel and it should unlock the door. Seems that everyone who joined preservation became endless right away. There must have been some research that required physical bodies. If they were over besides my parents who left reservation, where might they be now? Yes, it opened. So where should we go first? The data lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. I like this sequence. And the music is very nice here. What is it, Guluja? Shouldn't the security card open this door as easily as the last one? How strange, this door is not lit up like the others. Hey, what does this sign say? Shell, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, not at all. It's possible the energy supplies for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted for facilities. Okay. What the fuck? Get them a spectator for this one. No. This reminds me of like when you reach Midgar in Dirge of Cerberus. And it's everything is like this. Peak of Cerberus even. The people of Edge are on edge. The data lab must have required greater amounts of energy to operate. What kind of experiments were they conducting in there? There are some big flashy floor tiles. I wonder what they're for. So this room was for managing the power supply and utilities. I hope they kept security cards in here as well. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shell, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to our lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this tunnel is down the hall directly to the data lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have a right of it. Using the control panel set in each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could account for any written procedures, I keep digging for the tunnel's directories, but I also ask someone to operate the generator. I can do it, I've used that type of machine before. Really? Big Jai is so peak. He's so good. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the secret pod, Denham? The rest of us can help by supplying Denham with whatever information might be found in the circuitry configuration. I've locked in the power supply route and adjusted the current for optimal flow. Everything should be ready for when you've reconfigured the circuit. Circuit. I was able to glimpse part of a warning sign behind the containers. From what I could make out, it said caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns. Oh. What does that mean? I'm too stupid. Okay, it needs to be like a unique pattern for each of them. Diagram? Ah, fuck. I need them as paint. There's a lot at the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to prevent an interrupted path. Okay, so these appear to be data logs from a former age. My scholarly interest is piqued by a few of the labels, but none of relevant to the task at hand. I've also had no luck locating more security cards, which I have to rely upon our backup power strategy, I'm afraid. Okay. So what could it be? Whatever is in the triangle, it's a... Okay. You have collected all the circuits, inform your comrades of a successful reconfiguration. Story readers win again. It worked. We did it, Denan. The data lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shell, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation of the early days is the title. Of course, it only takes a moment to bring up the contents. It looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. It was 11. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the storm surge, with Calix designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the treasury. Some people needed help. Oh my god, that's why we don't get any mechanics, bro. That's why you can clear dungeons just by using regen with White Mage, bro. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the storm surge came to an end, with Calix eventually elected to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once, before the storm surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth in his proposal for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change, I wonder? Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideas over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but he's still driven by those same deeply held beliefs, that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the data lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything I once over just to be sure. I didn't believe I'd be fated to find him so young. Won't Calix have pursued his endless project with such fervor? Everything we read in this place sings Calix's praises. The people who worked here must have truly idolized him. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to a defensive measure developed by preservation. In that regard, I shall always be grateful. Yes, the door has power now. The energy current seems stable enough, still you should let me handle this one. The security card if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. I believe in you, Shell, don't die. We have already enough people turning into white dust. Right, I'll get this door open. Phew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that? What about my keyboard? The key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Denham has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a millennial relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. You alright? That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calix can track the key because his vessel was made of preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit I will have to enlist Y'shtola assistance for a full investigation. I too am curious about a great many things. But pinning down Calix's whereabouts is your priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards that they left behind. Remember, anything less than level 3 is no good to us. I'm excited for you to get to the next dungeon. It should be relatively soon, but I might just do it tomorrow, I think. I don't want to get in a position where, like, if it's going to be dungeon plus trial, and then I'm going to have to wait 40 minutes for the trial. I keep running out hope that I'll find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there is none. Maybe someone left a card on the shelf somewhere. I'll search through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something, I'm sure of it. Why were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? If those cameras are anything to go by, this lab was under constant surveillance. I'll scan the recordings and try to spot where people left their security cards. Maybe we'll get lucky. Still, you can shell véhiculate sur the surrection exit bars, no signs of any security cards. I'll pick all the options that are not an obvious security card. Okay, this is the last one. Yay! Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shell examine it to be sure. Look, Shell! Level 3! Nice work, then, huh? Oh, level 3, that should get us into the director's office. So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shell? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing and compared traffic from a web of archive security cameras. Concerning the way Calix is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. Sorry. But since Calix is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see why it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calix's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on the entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calix said he was measuring the damn strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
Thank you, FFX.
I struggled to renounce our conventional.
I thought it was Athena. I was like, what the fuck?
Is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
What a haircut, bro.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
Boy, you need to be in a boys' band.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways.
Oh yeah?
I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
Look, look!
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Oh, okay. Okay, he pulled the Glock.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Okay. Well, I guess that matter was solved then. She only wanted to live and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calix. The less you know, the better, because there is nothing to explain. It's a Zoomer brain rot, but I think the Zoomers have, Gen Alpha and Zoomers have moved on from... But the emote is very funny. Please ban me. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since the incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his crazy deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as preservation's agents closed in on them. I dare not ask them what became of them after that, but it turns out they were captured by the pursuers. They did not regret their actions. I don't think they're alive, but yeah, they're endless now. Right, the echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kyle. Worry not, Finn. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know what the conflict unfolded between your parents and preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of our movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source of threat and that shared safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. When I was your age. The issue is that I can never remember quotes or stuff from movies and TV shows. So I always felt alienated. Like you would be with like people in bars and shit, they would be able to quote entire movies and shit. It's like, what the fuck? I'm like, I cannot remember a single line from any movie ever. It's like the regular position as like people is like you watch a movie 5 times in order to be part of the cultural zeitgeist. It was so like, I don't know, maybe I'm stupid. Like, the only thing I know about Star Wars is I am your father, you know? I don't expect to find any information of my parents in this next room either, and that's something I can be proud of. Hearing Kyle talk about her parents reminded me of how much I miss Namika. I guess I'll never really get over it. If that man is recording was Director Demetrius, then this must be his office. Let's get it open, shall we? I like Star Wars. I watch like the, you know, the first 6 movies, you know. I like it, but I'm not a super fan of it. But like, I would be interested in playing Star Wars: The Force Unleashed, for example. And Knights of the Old Republic, right? The RPGs. Then come with me. I might have need of that security card. But I can understand it's part of the canon of science fiction, right? It's like when you see science fiction, it's like the Bible, everything starts here, you know? There is a report on reducing people to ether and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. I mean, everything starts here in terms of culture, you know? Culturally, I mean. Oh, my apologies, I was thinking about the key. Something odd, something odd. This director Demetrius was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incense in vases and some kind of gem display. Oh shit, he has a... ruby? Isn't that supposed to mean the princesses? Like, how is a garnet supposed to look? I don't know my gems. Okay, garnet is red. So this is garnet. Right? How does a sphinx looks like? Oh, so this is supposed to... what is a blue gem? Blue gem name. Sapphire. Well, I don't know anyone called Sapphire in this game. Lapis Lazuli? Topaz? I don't know any characters by that name. I thought I had a theory going. I was thinking about the key. The rare symbol. Oh. I see. This, I wonder what this means. Because I know Sphinx is named after a gemstone, and Garnet from FF9 is named after a gemstone. This expansion is inspired by FF9, you know? Now, this terminal is connected to any outside network, so it could be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. Oh! Could I ask in the search office for any clues to an informatic puzzle? We'll ask them. Are you shitting me? This office is too small. Secret room. You know, in housing, player housing, like if you go like this, you can like face through furniture. Maybe it's going to work. Damn, it's not working. That's fucked up. No? Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Nothing of note, but the mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignation of 2 Miller researchers. Oh. Major incident details in full report. These 2 inept Milala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. Oh. So the parents are dead. Only reason we returned our flesh was to serve Master Calix as physical instrument to conduct experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calix's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, we are not deserving of eternal life. So why would he make Kryle's parents endless. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex pre-sealed condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calix requires. To that end, the facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Kryle. They slimed your parents. She's still talking about the wall. These drawers only had big heavy books in them. I would have filled them with snacks. Yes, my liege. We will fill every drawer with snacks. Oh, but maybe the books are hiding something, I'll check. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Thank you, a misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems you need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Oh, Kittenville, it's very good. We are in the third patch of Dawntrail, so it's been pretty much on the story. Well, I did one trial and one dungeon. Concealed by Electrope, you mean? Could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kafkiwa used to say, Shell? Never trust an Electrope surface. Surface. You can pass right through Electrope. It's true. Truly, it never had that property in my time. Denham is having a little fun, I think. What we mean is Electrope can project a fast appearance. In which case it shouldn't be too hard to disable. I got a little favor in the story, hell yeah. A true FF14 player. Another door! I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Did I not lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for password here in the office. I take the proto lab. Then I take the data lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Finn. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take the outer lab too, then. We can keep in touch by communicator to match our timing. Then you shall have the honor of entering your office password. Once we determine what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide you, Clement, and Kryle for the process. How has been your progress? You know there was a display plate over there, one with gems? I thought since it was made of Electrope it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Keep calm and everything will be fine. Both of you are quick studies. Found a cube puzzle made of Electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe. Solve the puzzle. You got it. Let's see, if I move this bit, let's connect the circuit to that one. There. Huh? There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold it on to this one just in case. Oh, okay. Well, let's solve the puzzle. What was in the locker again? What? Okay, the director was a little bit too infatuated with Calix. Let's pretend nothing happened, okay? Sapphire, okay, Sapphire and Garnet. Gems, there was a lot of gems in FF9 you could have. You know the fairy fights in FF9? And they would ask you for like elixirs and shit. And they would give you gems. Oh. Okay, what the fuck is this, bro? As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shelves correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you are looking for. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphine, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. It's pretty cool. I was told that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? A Sapphire and Garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Protection, honesty, and devotion. Should try these words as the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. What the fuck is the protolabit Sapphire? Garnet. Alexandrite. Protolab error. Am I smoking crack? I was looking at this! Okay, I didn't read properly, so she might have Alexandrite. I must have messed up accident because I'm tired. Let me read again. Let me do it again. I feel like I'm... Woklamat Protolab. So Protolab is up there. It's the blue one. The blue one is Sapphire. Oh no, I'm stupid, fuck. I'm dumb. I was looking at the gems here because I wanted to use this as like an indication, but she told me, Sapphire is honesty. Deuterolab is the one below. Below is Garnet, and Garnet represents devotion. And mine is protection. I instantly thought about the gemstones when we actually talked about like what the meanings of gemstones. Yay! I'm so glad that worked. The secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Uklamat and Kral rejoin us. Are you joining? It was a good puzzle. Thanks to you and a little bit thanks to me, I hope. Gulolja, you did everything, okay? My liege. I kneel to Gululja, to the big Jah. Great work, Denham. Leave it to you to divine passwords from an ornamental display. Well, that went well. Excellent clue finding, Denham. Speaking of gemstone symbology, for Alexandrian, Sphin holds the meaning of eternal light. When my parents named me, it was with a wish that I become an unwavering beacon of hope for our people. To think on it now, I have ever shared a destiny with my other self. Let's see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely
All
what
these
we're
just to
after?
find a ThinkPad laptop?
It is, but whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories
In the
are
cloud.
data, then...
Amazon data server. In a world form of data.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Did we?
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphin's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us must say that the Meso-terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
He's stalking me.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
He pours salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
The power of Fury.
I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
Oh, he's big mad.
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
He's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure. What's she crying about?
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both.
Well, I didn't do anything.
On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Phew, well that was an adventure. It may not have been by the metal shell I was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about reservation research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. I've passed on the short version of events to our comrades so they can all prepare for a change ahead. It was my other self who entrusted you with a key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of her final choosing her, empowering us to shape our own future. Shell has been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said, but don't worry, I'll do my best to cheer her up. It's time to put an end to this. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. That situation isn't the best out there. The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you've come back to us safe and sound. Damn that bastard Calyx, he waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. In that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about reservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to that confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Okay, well, you know, it's been like 7 hours of streaming, so I think it's a good, keep streaming. Koda, tomorrow we'll go through a 7.3. Okay? It will be like around the same time as before, so I think it should be fun for you. Shouldn't be too early for you. Anyway, the next leg is like peak, okay? Yeah, rest for now, okay? All right. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then, all right? And we'll see how this concludes. I'm excited. I'm very excited. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good one. It's been a ton of fun. Bye-bye. See you.